Are you ready to traverse beyond the realm of cyberspace? The Information Security Officers Group, ISOG, in its 8th year as a premier and reputable organization in raising the bars of the cybersecurity landscape in the country, gears up for a unique and engaging I Am Secure program this 2022. This time, let's divide into an uncharted territory, the Metaverse. As leaders of our industry, we need to prepare our institution as we pivot to this new digital ecosystem. It's highly vulnerable to privacy issues and security risks. Through this forum, we will provide you with experts, insights that become invaluable as well face this new unpredictable user engagement environment. We have gathered local and global thought leaders, decision makers, experts in the cybersecurity sector to share strategies to our community of information security professionals. Join us via Zoom on May 19, June 23, July 21, and September 1 as we in ISOG continue our mission to strengthen information security through awareness and education programs. See you at ISOG I Am Secure Metaverse Forum Series.
Have you ever dreamed of selling properties, owning a car, or starting a company in the virtual world? While these concepts may sound futuristic and vague, some of these are now a reality. Even in its nascent phase, the presence of businesses can now be felt in the virtual environment, the Metaverse. We are beginning to feel the connection of real-world people to the abundance of virtual spaces. Metaverse is one of the buzzwords in the tech space today. While it presents a myriad of exciting ideas, it also comes with a list of privacy issues and security risks that we might not yet know how to handle. As guardians of cyberspace, we need to keep abreast of the development in this technological trend, so we remain equipped our institutions from possible threats in the future. In the coming months, ISOG will be running a series of Metaverse I Am Secure Forum. This is an opportunity for sharing best practices from different local and global decision makers, experts, and leaders in the cybersecurity landscape. We aim to provide you with latest and some critical information that can prove to be a beneficial weapon for information security professionals in facing this new challenge in the digital world. Come join us and our community of cybersecurity professionals via Zoom on May 19, June 23, July 21, and September 1. See you there.
We all live in a connected world where information travels faster than we can even imagine. Around the globe, Westcon Comstore enables our partners to harness the evolution of technology. By strategically focusing on these 7 foundational areas, we're revolutionizing the way our partners do business. Our cloud practice empowers partners to transform their businesses through private, hybrid, and public cloud infrastructures. Our global deployment practice helps partners expand their global reach seamlessly through a single point of contact. Our services practice enables partners to grow their businesses through greater strategic insight and richer margin opportunities. Our security practice arms partners so they can safeguard their customers' information and reputations while unlocking opportunities for their business growth. Our unified communications and collaboration practice connects resellers to the products, knowledge, and expertise needed to create seamless interactions anytime, anywhere. Our networking practice enables resellers to accelerate global connectivity through the fully integrated networks and support infrastructures their customers demand. Our data center practice unleashes our partners' abilities to advance information management for their customers. No matter where our partners are in the technology landscape, Westcon Comstore is there to expand their horizons. Westcon Comstore, delivering results together.
Making informed decisions is the key to facing any challenge. Count on us to give you balanced, fearless news and information. Anytime, anywhere, always.
Are you ready to traverse beyond the realm of cyberspace? The Information Security Officers Group, ISOG, in its 8th year as a premier and reputable organization in raising the bars of the cybersecurity landscape in the country, gears up for a unique and engaging I Am Secure program this 2022. This time, let's divide into an uncharted territory, the Metaverse. As leaders of our industry, we need to prepare our institution as we pivot to this new digital ecosystem. It's highly vulnerable to privacy issues and security risks. Through this forum, we will provide you with experts, insights that become invaluable as well face this new unpredictable user engagement environment. We have gathered local and global thought leaders, decision makers, experts in the cybersecurity sector to share strategies to our community of information security professionals. Join us via Zoom on May 19, June 23, July 21, and September 1 as we in ISOG continue our mission to strengthen information security through awareness and education programs. See you at ISOG I Am Secure Metaverse Forum Series.
Have you
Welcome to ISOG I Am Secure Metaverse Forum 2022. Our program will start in a few minutes.
Are you ready to traverse beyond the realm of cyberspace? The Information Security Officers Group, ISOG, in its 8th year as a premier and reputable organization in raising the bars of the cybersecurity landscape in the country, gears up for a unique and engaging I Am Secure program this 2022. This time, let's divide into an uncharted territory, the Metaverse. As leaders of our industry, we need to prepare our institution as we pivot to this new digital ecosystem. It's highly vulnerable to privacy issues and security risks. Through this forum, we will provide you with experts, insights that become invaluable as well face this new unpredictable user engagement environment. We have gathered local and global thought leaders, decision makers, experts in the cybersecurity sector to share strategies to our community of information security professionals. Join us via Zoom on May 19, June 23, July 21, and September 1 as we in ISOG continue our mission to strengthen information security through awareness and education programs. See you at ISOG I Am Secure Metaverse Forum Series.
Have you ever dreamed of selling properties, owning a car, or starting a company in the virtual world? While these concepts may sound futuristic and vague, some of these are now a reality. Even in its nascent phase, the presence of businesses can now be felt in the virtual environment, the Metaverse. We are beginning to feel the connection of real-world people to the abundance of virtual spaces. Metaverse is one of the buzzwords in the tech space today. While it presents a myriad of exciting ideas, it also comes with a list of privacy issues and security risks that we might not yet know how to handle. As guardians of cyberspace, we need to keep abreast of the developments in this technological trend, so we remain equipped our institutions from possible threats in the future. In the coming months, ISOG will be running a series of Metaverse I Am Secure Forum. This is an opportunity for sharing best practices from different local and global decision makers, experts, and leaders in the cybersecurity landscape. We aim to provide you with latest and some critical information that can prove to be a beneficial weapon for information security professionals in facing this new challenge in the digital world. Come join us and our community of cybersecurity professionals via Zoom on May 19, June 23, July 21, and September 1. See you there.
We all live in a connected world where information travels faster than we can even imagine. Around the globe, Westcon Comstore enables our partners to harness
Good
the
morning,
evolution.
everyone. Welcome to the
By
first
strategically
series
focusing-
of the ISOG I Am Secure Metaverse Forum. Please be ready as we will begin in a few minutes.
Are you ready to traverse beyond the realm of cyberspace? The Information Security Officers Group, ISOG, in its 8th year as a premier and reputable organization in raising the bars of the cybersecurity landscape in the country, gears up for a unique and engaging I Am Secure program this 2022. This time, let's divide into an uncharted territory, the Metaverse. As leaders of our industry, we need to prepare our institution as we pivot to this new digital ecosystem. It's highly vulnerable to privacy issues and security risks. Through this forum, we will provide you with experts, insights that become invaluable as well face this new unpredictable user engagement environment. We have gathered local and global thought leaders, decision makers, experts in the cybersecurity sector to share strategies to our community of information security professionals. Join us via Zoom on May 19, June 23, July 21, and September 1 as we in ISOG continue our mission to strengthen information security through awareness and education programs. See you at ISOG I Am Secure Metaverse Forum Series.
To formally start our program, let us all give reverse to the Philippine National Anthem, to be followed by the cybersecurity prayer. Pleasant morning to all. On behalf of the Information Security Officers Group, or ISOG, it is my pleasure to welcome you to the first I Am Secure 2022 Metaverse Forum. My name is Angela Lagunsad, and I'm honored to host this virtual discussion of great minds today. With an overall theme of traversing beyond the realm of cyberspace, the Metaverse Forum series is a presentation of radical transformation in the digital world and significant business opportunities. The stakes are high, and so are the threats and risks. Enterprise operations are expected to be challenged for the next 5 to 15 years. The regulations and standards for transparency, privacy, and decentralization are rising values we need to adapt to in this unpredictable user engagement environment. And this forum aims to gather experts, to decision makers, and cyber leaders to learn the latest and most engaging solutions to gain significant advantage. Of course, all these won't be possible without the support of our event partners, Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas, o BSP, Bankers Association of the Philippines, National Privacy Commission, and the Department of Information and Communications Technology, that's DICT, and of course, our sponsors and media partners. Before we get started, I'd like to go over a few items so you can engage with us accordingly. For your information, all webinar participants, with the exception of the presenters, are muted for the remainder of the presentation. But as we value your participation, you will have the opportunity to submit questions to today's presenter by typing in your questions into the Q&A tab of the control panel or through the chat section. You may send in your questions as well at any time during the presentation, but we will collect these and address them during the panel discussion sessions. All right? Leading the Information Security Officers Group is an IT professional with over 20 years of experience in cybersecurity and has been serving the banking industry for almost 30 years. Lastly, he is currently the Chief Information Technology Security Officer of Land Bank of the Philippines and heads the Network Enterprise Security Nest, responsible in formulating system operations, standards, and compliance. To formally open today's event, may we now call on the President and one of the founding members of the Information Security Officers Group, Mr. Archie Tolentino.
Warmest greetings to my fellow cybersecurity professionals who grace us with their time at today's first ISOG I Am Secure Metaverse Forum. For years, we, security professionals, bore witness to how information technology became more and more embedded into people's lives. Thus, the famous line, one click away. The significance of cyberspace became more apparent as the world was struck by the pandemic, forcing everyone to work, study, and do all these things in their houses, connecting and transacting with the world, mainly through the internet. Ensuring a safe but accessible and thriving industry has become a crucial task for us in the banking sector, and that every single transaction can be made with a few press of a button. Should Metaverse, the new addition, or we say transformation to the cyber world, offers even greater prospects, not only for individuals, but also for the businesses and government services. Although this new technology does not only come with new opportunities, on the other side of the coin are threats and risks that can impact people's lives. In the banking and financial sector, the threats of cyber attack, phishing, and intrusions evolve alongside each and every digital transactions. All the same, digital currencies, payment apps, cryptocurrencies, NFT, and so many new technological terms has changed on how we do business and manage the payment system. As the country's leading information security professional organization, we at ISOG continue our mission in providing standards, awareness campaigns to strengthen the IT security professionals, raise stamina as they continue their roles securing a safe digital environment, It is imperative that we keep ourselves informed with the new developments offered in the Metaverse, allowing us to be familiar not only with the opportunities it offers, but more importantly, the challenges that comes with it. Today, we will focus our discussion on how the banking industry should gear up towards the Metaverse ecosystem. Hence, will enable us to have valuable insights and deal with this radical transformation, and on how it can boost, instead, interfere in the country's banking system. Our gathering today is a fitting platform to further seek ways to ramp up policies, regulatory considerations in the online banking sector. I would like to thank our keynote speaker for today, Governor Benjamin Diokno of the Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas, for gracing us with his presence, and will share with us an overview on how BSP will establish its turf in guiding the financial sector as the Metaverse comes in, envisioning it as an opportunity instead a threat for sustainable economic growth. Albeit this forum is still a virtual one, we believe that we still foster the same enabling environment needed to engage and empower the decision makers, experts, cyber leaders, who are all committed to learn and provide the latest solutions for the challenges the Metaverse may bring. The road towards a sustainable information security environment has not been easy and will entail new obstacles. May this gathering not only equip, but also empower us in delivering cybersecurity solutions relevant to the changing digital reality. Thank you, and good morning to all.
Thank you so much, Mr. Tolentino, and we are truly hyped up with your words. One of the industries very much exposed to cyber threats nowadays is the financial sector. I know you guys will agree with me. Thus, the Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas strongly urges financial institutions to further strengthen their cybersecurity capabilities. And we are fortunate to learn more about this from our keynote speaker for today, who is the current governor of the Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas, or BSP, and prior to his appointment, he served as a budget secretary from 2016 to 2019, marking his third tour of duty at the Department of Budget and Management. As budget secretary, he pursued an expansionary fiscal policy to finance investments in human capital development and public infrastructure. Under his leadership, the BSP was among the first central banks in the world to respond to the COVID-19 crisis. The prompt and extraordinary monetary measures provided a significant cushion to the current state of the Philippine economy. Against this backdrop, The Banker, an influential international publication owned by the Financial Times, named him the Global Central Bank Governor of the year 2022 as the best central banker in the world and is the first of the Philippines. As BSP governor, besides pursuing the BSP mandates of price stability, financial stability rather, and efficient payments and settlements system, he also endeavors to bring central banking closer to the Filipino people. He is a champion of digital payments and financial inclusion. In this pursuit, he aims to shift at least 50% of retail payment transactions to digital form and achieve 70% transaction account ownership among adult Filipinos by the end of his term in 2023. His policy expertise and research contribution extend to various areas of public economics, such as the structure and scope of government, tax policies and reforms, public expenditure management analysis, fiscal decentralization, national budget, and public debt, among other topics. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Governor of the Bangko Sentral of the Philippines, or Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas, Governor Benjamin Diokno.
Members and officers of the Information Security Officers Group, or ISOG, friends in the financial services sector, ladies and gentlemen, good day. At the outset, allow us the Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas or BSP to commend the ISOG for upholding its basic tenets on security awareness, interinstitutional incident response, and intelligence sharing. Today's forum by ISOG will help strengthen information security through a discussion of something which the world is slowly being introduced to, a cutting-edge concept that is called the Metaverse. The pandemic has forced us to take the digital leap. I have to say that we Filipinos, resilient as we are, have embraced technology, innovation, and digitalization. The numbers bear this out. In the financial sector, over 4 million digital accounts were opened at the onset of the community quarantine to facilitate digital payments and e-commerce transactions. More than 2 years since the onset of the pandemic, remote work and school arrangements, contactless payments, online marketplace, and blockchain have become commonplace. Further into the future, we can expect a drastic change in our digital ecosystem with the recent developments of an old concept, the Metaverse. In a report by PricewaterhouseCoopers, the Metaverse was described as a three-dimensional digital world where one can purchase and sell goods and services, sign and enforce contracts, recruit and train talent, and interact with customers and communities. To support these capabilities, the Metaverse makes use of a combination of innovative technologies which include augmented reality or AR, head-mounted displays, an AR cloud, artificial intelligence, special technologies, and many others. Due to the promise of this virtual space, companies such as Facebook and Microsoft, among others, are allocating resources to their respective metaverse infrastructures. As organizations rush to build the metaverse, cyber threat actors are also devising new tactics for these platforms and exploiting digital currency vulnerabilities to launch attacks on organizations and customers in the metaverse. Since the potential of the metaverse is yet to be fully explored and realized, everyone is cautious on the potential threat, particularly on the privacy and security. As companies migrate to the metaverse, the BSP will remain vigilant of these developments in this uncharted area of cyberspace. Consistent with our mandate of ensuring the stability, safety, and efficiency of the country's financial system, the Bangko Sentral will continue to adopt a comprehensive, agile, risk-based, and engaging approach toward cyber security. This approach cuts across three key areas. First, our regulatory policy framework. Second, proactive monitoring through our surveillance capabilities. And finally, promoting resilience through supervisory and oversight activities. Since 2013, the BSP has issued several regulations to address cyber-related risk for our supervised financial institutions. These regulations deal on various facets of technology such as social media risk management, business continuity management, multi-factor authentication, cybersecurity, electronic payments and financial services, virtual assets, and open finance. We recently released advisories on control measures against cyber fraud and attacks on retail electronic payments and financial services, and security controls for application programming interface. Likewise, we amended our regulations to enhance provision on fraud management and technology outsourcing. At this point, allow me to share some major industry-wide initiatives to strengthen the industry's cyber defenses and overall resilience. First, the BSP is developing the Financial Services Cyber Resilience Plan that will serve as the primary framework covering strategies and plans to strengthen cyber resilience in the financial services industry. This is part of BSP's role as the lead in the banking sector computer emergency response team under the Department of Information and Communications Technology. Second, we are implementing the advanced SupTech engine for risk-based compliance, or what we call Asterisk, which is a unified RegTech and SupTech solution that will streamline and automate regulatory supervision, reporting, and compliance assessment of cybersecurity risk management for our supervised institutions. Third, we engage with the banking industry through the Bankers Association of the Philippines Cyber Incident Database, or BACSEED. BACSEED is a web-based portal and an industry cyber threat and best practices sharing platform where participants can report incidents and threats anonymously and receive threat intelligence feeds and threats advisories from the BSP. Lastly, we are currently coordinating with relevant government agencies and industry associations for a joint consumer protection campaign to amplify our messages and raise overall cyber awareness in the country. In closing, as we explore the opportunities offered by the Metaverse, we must remain vigilant and ensure compliance with the standards of cybersecurity and data privacy consistent with established regulations and best practices. With the rapid evolution of digital technologies, it is a must for us to continuously collaborate and share information as a community. This way, we can be proactive and take intelligent countermeasures to prevent, detect, and respond to these threats. Thank you for your attention.
All right. Thank you so much, BSP Governor Benjamin Diokno. Now, before we start to call our guest speaker this morning, let me inform you first, everyone, that we have a Q&A and feedback chat contest. There will be 4 of these items. That's Beatrice USB hub port, MSI G20 gaming keyboard, Logitech G300 optical gaming mouse, and digital electronic safe box, which will be given before and after each panel discussion. The mechanics is that you just need to place well thought of questions, all right? Again, well thought of questions or feedback in every presentation. We have our secretariat on standby to list all names who will be asking questions and or placing their feedback to the presentation in our chat box. And from this list of names, we will raffle off the winners. It's very easy, right? So we want this webinar to be interactive as much as possible. You just need to type in your questions, tell us your comments, be participative and engaging as well. And that gives you a chance to win these cool premium items. All right, so there you have it. So let's get ready as I now call on our first presenter today is the Corporate Vice President of Azure IoT. He is responsible for Azure IoT Central, Digital Twins, Edge, Hub Device, Provisioning Service Maps, Time Series Insights, Industrial IoT and Manufacturing, Automotive, Microsoft Connected Vehicle Platform, Smart Buildings, Smart Energy. He has been with Microsoft for more than 20 years and have spent time in all 3 engineering disciplines. These are development, test, and program management. Today, he will discuss AI to sense that environment and to automate things, to interact with that digital twin and all the insights it contains in a collaborative way in mixed reality. All of this is happening on the Microsoft Cloud with leading edge companies taking advantage of digital twins, mixed reality, AI, IoT, and the power of the intelligent cloud and the intelligent edge. Learn about the services in the Microsoft Cloud that enable these metaverse applications to drive transformational business outcomes. All right, let me call on Mr. Sam George.
My name is Sam George. I lead Azure IoT, and I represent a large engineering group across Microsoft that's bringing together one of the most exciting new waves of computing that we've seen. Today we're going to be talking about this exciting convergence of cloud and edge computing, of digital twins, mixed reality, as well as autonomous systems. And it's all coming together with other technologies as well to enable breakthrough new capabilities that businesses are already starting to harness. It starts with the intelligent cloud and the intelligent edge. Our mission has been to empower this. And if you think about intelligent cloud and intelligent edge, it's that the new durable compute paradigm is that solutions span both the cloud and the edge, that intelligence runs on the edge and in the cloud, and in fact, both work in harmony and are self-referential and make each other better. The edge is not a means to the cloud, it's its own destination with its own place in this new durable pattern. And one of the most exciting uses of the edge and the cloud is digital twins. So today we're going to start by talking about what is a digital twin and what can you do with it. One of the first things you do with a digital twin is model something, model a physical environment. That can be buildings, energy distribution grids, warehouses, factories, anything that's important to you. And the most important thing once it's modeled is to bring that digital twin alive and synchronize it. When you synchronize it with the physical world, you're able to start applying software techniques to that model. One of the first things you can do then is monitor this physical environment through the digital counterpart. It provides operational insights into exactly what's happening at any given time in these environments. The next thing that you can do as part of monitoring that is then track its past. Once you've tracked its past, you're able to then start taking advantage of analytics to find insights into past states, into anomalies, into anything that's important to you in the physical representation that this digital copy is representing. And that enables you to do something incredibly powerful, which is predict. You can start to predict future states. You can start to predict when equipment will need servicing before it does. You can start to predict occupancy needs before they happen. Anything that you can apply software to, you can now predict its future states. And the killer app for all of this is simulation. Simulation enables you to take copies of the digital twin that's effectively the operational visibility of that physical environment, make copies of it, and then run simulations on it. And those simulations can then goal seek to find optimizations that are too complex to find by monitoring the physical environment alone. You can do all that with this software copy of the digital twin. And then once the simulation is complete, then you can apply the insights that you gained on the copy of that digital twin back to the real digital twin and affect inputs into the physical environment. This enables you then to start providing autonomous control. You can start automating routine and mundane tasks, make them better with systems that learn and improve over time. This makes the physical environment better and better and more optimal. And one of the most powerful things then you can do with this is interact with it. You can interact with this digital replica overlaid onto the physical environment. You can get rich metadata and insights about anything that you're doing in the physical world from this digital copy. You can also interact in pure virtual space over distances and with any colleagues and experts anywhere in the world. Now there's many names for this, and it's far beyond simply digital twins. It's beyond autonomous systems and it's beyond mixed reality. As more and more companies start to take advantage of these capabilities and interact with each other and partner in these virtual worlds, we're really creating the metaverse. We're creating the intersection of all of these digital realities that are then optimizing the physical reality. Let's take a look at this in action.
Imagine our world today. People, vehicles, businesses, buildings, hospitals, factories, entire cities. and the billions of devices that connect us to this world and to each other. This is the physical world. But what if we can replicate that physical world into its digital twin? A digital twin that is bound to the physical world in real time, that we can experience in mixed reality, that we can collaborate with, that we can run simulations on and find what is important to us, that we can apply AI to learn, predict, and act, to save time and money, to reduce carbon, to preserve natural resources, to improve safety, to bring us all closer. This is already happening today. Across the world, organizations are taking advantage of this new wave of innovation that trends to an interconnectedness that enables the metaverse. Everything modeled in the metaverse mirrors the status of its physical twin, including the interactions and relations between everything else. By applying the power of the cloud, we eliminate boundaries of what this can do. The potential is limitless. We can now track and analyze data from connected environments to identify patterns, trends, and anomalies. We can now simulate any possibility, evaluate outcomes, determine the impact of any change or condition. We can now harness AI to perceive the physical world to improve and automate tasks, to give superpowers to your frontline workers. We can now give everyone in your organization the power to build apps and workflows, to collaborate with each other in this virtual space, to share and receive expertise at the right time with the right context in front of you, to move through the physical world and get relevant information about its digital counterpart when and where you need, using mixed reality. The Microsoft Cloud brings these capabilities together with the limitless computing power of the cloud and intelligent devices at the edge, and creates this framework for building immersive and impactful digital twin, mixed reality, and metaverse solutions.
Now, as you just saw, all of those rich capabilities that we introduced in the beginning are layered on top of each other. They interact. And if you look at the different services that we at Microsoft offer, we provide everything from IoT all the way up through mixed reality with all of these products that you see here. We're the only company in the world that brings this entire stack together with a rich partner ecosystem that makes this all possible with companies across the globe. Anheuser-Busch InBev is a great example of this. With more than 200 breweries and 150,000 employees across the globe, Anheuser-Busch is the largest brewer in the world. They're dedicated to the highest standards of quality and consistency. They're experts at what they do in process manufacturing, and they're taking advantage of this entire stack in order to dramatically improve things. Let's see this in action.
With more than 200 breweries and 160,000 employees across the globe, Anheuser-Busch InBev is the largest brewer in the world, with an unparalleled portfolio of brands and a global presence with operations in 50 markets. AB InBev is an expert in their field, and their forward-leaning and innovative spirit is leading to new breakthroughs in brewing. Through their digital factory and supply chain of the future initiatives, in collaboration with Microsoft, AB InBev is focused on transforming both breweries and their global operations by empowering their frontline colleagues with digital solutions that enable world-class manufacturing, mobility, data automation, and business insights. It begins with the brewery coming to life with AI, Azure Digital Twins, and the Microsoft Cloud. The brewmaster is responsible for making the best quality beer. She has unprecedented visibility into the brewing process, so she can predict and monitor the complex chemical and biological fermentation parameters required to produce the highest quality product. Frontline operations can remotely monitor critical quality and traceability data from the manufacturing execution systems using the mobile brewery technology built using Azure. With built-in energy and utility management solutions, The digital brewery supports AB InBev's industry-leading sustainable development goals. After the perfect batch is ready to be bottled and shipped, AB InBev extend their digital twin solution to support the packaging line operations to ensure it's done right. These can plans are adopting Azure AI and Microsoft Project Bonsai's deep reinforcement learning to deliver line balancing optimization that detects and automatically compensates for bottlenecks in the complex can manufacturing operations. At AB InBev, their 100% uptime mindset is enabled through predictive maintenance and global support. A frontline operator can efficiently address problems through remote collaboration with a maintenance technician, ensuring no unplanned downtime of packaging equipment. The perfect beer is packaged and ready. The digital technologies of the AB InBev supply chain of the future minimizes carbon footprint while making sure the right beer gets to the right customer at the right time. This beer's journey is complete, and AB InBev and Microsoft are taking bold steps into the future.
It's incredible to see AB InBev taking advantage of this new stack, taking advantage of Azure IoT, Azure Digital Twins, Azure AI, Project Bonsai. What AB InBev has done is a first example in the brewery that is then gives them the confidence then to extend that to their distribution as well. So let's take a look at the stack in action. Starting with the physical world, as we saw, the first step up is Azure IoT. And Azure IoT enables AB InBev and any customer to connect into their physical environments. It enables them to also run cloud intelligence directly on premises, disconnected, using Azure IoT Edge. It enables them to sense anything that's happening in the physical environment. And one of the new breakthroughs that we've just announced recently is Azure Percept. Azure Percept is a brand new set of developer kits that then our third-party hardware partners are customizing for different environments. It enables you to take advantage of AI on the edge with easy-to-develop tools and easy-to-manage capabilities as well for audio and video. And that audio and video enables you to sense things that weren't possible before. You can catch product defects as they're happening in real time. You can ensure worker safety by making sure that workers are wearing protective equipment or they're not in dangerous zones. And all of this is being powered by Azure Percept. And of course, cyber physical security is absolutely paramount in these types of environments. So we have Azure Defender for IoT, which enables you to connect to not only new devices like Azure Percept, but existing devices that you've been using for decades. It enables you to quickly monitor those, to scan them, and to check the security posture of those in real time. And if there's any problem, you get automatic alerts that automatically get surfaced in Azure Sentinel. Moving from Azure IoT to the next layer up, we find Azure Digital Twins. And as you heard with AB InBev, Azure Digital Twins is being used to model that physical environment. Now, Azure Digital Twins is then fed by Azure IoT in order to make the model come alive, to keep it live and up to date with the live operational state of the breweries. Azure Digital Twins has an open source digital twin definition language that enables you to model anything, including the complex relationships that exist in these models. And we've also open sourced ontologies, which are industry specific versions of digital twin definition language tailored for those different industries. On top of digital twins, we find Azure Maps. Azure Maps provides the location of things. Azure Maps has a breakthrough new capability of indoor private maps, which enables you, for example, in these industrial environments, to create indoor maps that help you quickly find any asset and any coworker with location and routing services. And again, that's all entirely private to your enterprise. Now, as data flows through the system, it flows into Azure Synapse Analytics. And Azure Synapse Analytics is our breakthrough new service that enables you to have a secure, comprehensive set of data services that all work together to provide rich analytics, to track the time series history of things in these environments, and then also to apply analytics to find insights to them. Now that all of that data resides in Azure Synapse Analytics, we can take advantage of Azure AI as well as Microsoft Project Bonsai. Azure AI provides breakthrough insights into the data that was collected, and Project Bonsai enables a low-code approach to both machine teaching as well as creating intelligent autonomous systems. Those autonomous systems learn over time and get better and better. And of course, because they're connected now to the digital twin, they can influence and automate the physical world. Moving up, we have the Microsoft Power Platform. Power Platform enables anyone in an enterprise to quickly build applications, Power BI dashboards, as well as take advantage of Power Automate to automate anything. Power Platform enables you to take advantage of everything below that we've talked about already, from the digital twin to all of the data that's being collected about it, and really take advantage of that for anyone in your enterprise. And then moving up, we have Microsoft Mesh and HoloLens. This enables anyone from across the planet to collaborate together in these mixed reality environments. It also enables the digital twin to be overlaid onto the physical process, so workers with HoloLens or tablets and phones can see the digital information about the physical environment directly in front of them. This then completes the stack that started with the physical world, goes up through Azure IoT, and ends in mixed reality. And importantly, there's solutions, of course, that are built on top of this. You saw one of those from AB InBev, but there's others. There's ones like this that Microsoft develops. We have ISVs that are developing these as well as partners from across the world. Some of the solutions that we as Microsoft are developing are things like Connected Store, which creates a digital twin of retail environments and gives you insights into how it's being used and how to optimize it. There's Connected Field Service, which automatically calls for a repair technician when a machine needs help and helps enterprises coordinate that. There's Guides, which give you visual wizards overlaid on top of physical reality about which steps to take to complete something. And if you're still having trouble, Remote Assist enables you to call an expert from anywhere on the planet. They can see through your eyes, they can annotate the world in front of you. This technology stack is transforming every industry. And as you look at every industry, there's a rich set of partners from across the globe. Microsoft is a platform and partnering company, and we believe that this technology will lift all boats. And so we've partnered with all of the companies that you see here and many more to start delivering these solutions to customers from across the globe. Paris-Saclay is a French equivalent of Silicon Valley. Dramatic growth in the Paris suburbs is creating a challenge accommodating energy demands while still meeting their environmental and sustainability goals. Over the next 20 years, their goal is to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 75%, as well as reduce the price of energy by more than 45%. By modeling 27 city areas and its infrastructure using Azure Digital Twins, they're able to track changes and ask what-if questions. They're taking advantage of Cosmotech's simulation services to ask those what-if questions. What if we use geothermal as an energy source? Where can it be placed, and what is the impact of the placement on distribution? What new energy sources are required for business parks or higher density suburbs, and where should they be placed? What is the impact of higher efficiency buildings on energy usage in the future? With the solution in place, they gave confidence to their city investors that their investments will balance growth and sustainability goals, avoiding being out of compliance with energy regulations. Swedish grocer ICA has 1,300 stores across Sweden. Their goal is to differentiate with a great customer experience from having shelves that are always stocked and a spotless clean store. ICA turned to Avanade, Ambori, and Microsoft to build a digital twin of their store that enabled them to capture, contextualize, and surface data that allows employees to improve their store experience by ensuring products are always stocked and help customers faster. With the foundations built using Azure IoT and Azure IoT Edge, ICA used Azure Cognitive Services Custom Vision, video analytics, and partner modules from Ambori and Avanade to give them real-time visibility into the store. This visibility is projected into Azure Digital Twins of the store that models a real-time representation of product and machinery, including Azure Maps indoor maps. Azure Digital Twin connects this data to systems like the Employee app, presenting any changes taking place in the physical space of the store. Product quality is maintained by monitoring the refrigerator and freezer sections, and in-store services and queues are monitored so that customers can quickly check out when they're ready. Total is a major energy player which produces and markets fuels, natural gas, and low-carbon electricity. They are committed to better energy that is safer, more affordable, cleaner, and accessible to as many people as possible. One of the many things Total does is blend fuel. With previous solutions, blend quality can typically only be determined after the blending process has been completed. This is caused by uncertain variations due to complex fluid dynamics from different input flows, equipment configurations, and recipes. Total worked with our partner TCS to create a digital twin of the blending equipment and processes, and then applied ANSYS complex dynamic fluid simulations to help them assess if a recipe was possible with the equipment first, minimizing waste and reducing costs. Brookfield Properties is one of the largest property owners in the world. One of the challenges they face is how to monitor, service, and maintain their fleet of worldwide buildings, which are all unique. Starting with their iconic One Manhattan West property, they worked with our leading digital twins ISV, Willow, to create a digital twin of this 2 million square foot, 67-story skyscraper in New York City. They used Azure IoT and Azure AI to remotely monitor and predict, maintain equipment. They also drive decision-making and optimize systems like energy, ventilation, and temperature. Power BI dashboards drive facility managers to give them live operational insights at the tip of their fingers. And Azure Digital Twins then transforms the building into an intelligent network of digitally connected spaces, combining systems across retail, office, hospitality, and residential environment. Now, all of this is happening now, and you can get started now as well. Now, with all of these examples that we just went through, one of the things that I want to stress is that you can progressively adopt this. Not every layer is required to build these solutions, but by starting with these layers, it helps you expand into them as your business needs improve and as new scenarios come online. So it's time to talk about how to get started with this today. The first thing that I want to cover is Azure IoT and digital twins. We have a lot of amazing content that you can see here that shows you how to get started, how to take advantage of Azure IoT, how to model things with digital twins, and how to start connecting the two in order to take advantage of some of the scenarios that you saw today. Azure AI and Microsoft Project Bonsai, you can see how to get started here and take advantage of both of those to not only find insights from your data, but to create autonomous systems that you can apply to these digital worlds. Microsoft Power Apps, again, our low-code, no-code platform, and here's how you get started using Microsoft Power Apps. And finally, Microsoft HoloLens and Microsoft Mesh. You can learn more here. You can even see at the bottom the Azure Digital Twins and Mixed Reality Microsoft Learn module that shows how to use these two together. So as all of this comes together, we have a bold ambition to make this easier and easier to use, to make these layers more and more seamlessly connected so that any business anywhere on the planet can reach their full potential taking advantage of this. Thank you so much.
Wow, that's a lot of useful information and endless possibilities. What a way to start off our morning. So thank you so much for that insightful discussion, Sam. Again, please take note that your questions will be entertained by the speaker during our panel discussion after 2 more presentations. Just feel free to use the Q&A tab and chat box for your questions, and we are taking note of all those names for our Q&A and feedback contest. So, and also just to remind everyone that those who are anonymous attendees are actually disqualified in our raffle later on. So make sure you register with your complete name so you can join our raffle rather. All right, so thank you so much. Moving on, for our next discussion, we will talk about cyber risk in the metaverse. And our speaker for this has more than 2 decades of technical knowledge and experience and is the author of the books, The Mind of the Black Hat, Understanding Today's Cyber Criminals, and The Way of the White Hat, Cybersecurity Through Penetration Testing. He has trained and mentored hundreds of security professionals around the world in courses such as Certified Ethical Hacker, that's CEH, Computer Hacking Forensic Investigator, or CHFI, and Certified Threat Intelligence Analyst, CTIA, just to name a few. He is also very adept in various networking platforms and computer programming languages and continues to share this knowledge as an IT security consultant for many private companies and government agencies, such as the National Bureau of Investigation, the Philippine National Police, and the Armed Forces of the Philippines. He is the founder of the IT security events What the Hack and the Hacker Games. He is also the co-founder of the Group Security Fellowship Southeast Asia, Cyber Paladin Singapore, and the Knights of the Net PH. Let us learn from the Chief Information Security Officer of Trends and Technologies, Mr. Denny Sanchez.
Hi, my name is Dennis Sanchez, and I'm the Chief Information Security Officer for Trends. Today, we will talk about cyber risks in the metaverse. Now, before we talk about these risks, let's talk about the metaverse first. So the metaverse, there's a lot of interest going on today, most especially because we talk about it, that it's going to be part of Web 3.0 or the next generation of the internet. So to simply put it, the metaverse is like a combination of persistent, multi-user, shared, and 3D virtual spaces that are intertwined with the physical world and merged together to create a unified and perpetual virtual universe. There are components that need to be there for the metaverse to exist. One, virtual reality. So with the use of VR headsets, smart glasses, we can now immerse ourselves in a computer-generated environment with scenes and objects that appear to be real, making the user feel that they are immersed with their surroundings. This environment is perceived through a device known as a virtual reality headset or maybe a virtual reality helmet. And then there's augmented reality. So this one enables us to interact with computer-generated images superimposed against the real world. Next, and probably most importantly, are avatars. So this is how we can interact with each other, with items and applications and other businesses inside this metaverse with our identity represented by this avatar. And of course, this avatar will be carrying with himself a digital wallet. So it comes in digital currencies. So you know about Bitcoins, Ethereum, and even NFTs as something that we can use to trade online today. And of course, we also have artificial intelligence. So This will help us automate tasks while inside the metaverse. It can also assist us or improve our decision making. And with all this decision making that needs to be done by computers, expect a lot of data collection as well, right? Now, after we've discussed what the metaverse is, let's now look at the risks. New world, new risks. One thing that we all understand is that if in the internet, there's no single country or it won't belong to one government. So therefore, it will lack regulations. No, again, no single country, that means no boundaries and decentralized governance. Misinformation. We actually experienced this today on the internet. There's a lot of fake news, a lot of rumors, and just a lot of information that are not really easy to validate. But we, as people in the computing world, just accept it, from the moment we see it. And then there's data mining, another thing that we experience today in social media. Our personal information can be collected with the things we share, okay? And in all these different platforms that we use, we have personal and sensitive information that may leak through, in areas that we are not careful that we are sharing this information. But now, expect that it's not just about the users. It's not just about our personally identifiable information, but also our personal characteristics, our physical characteristics with our avatars, and maybe even sharing our behaviors, online. So it's something that can be mined and can be used against us. Financial fraud. Again, we go back to cryptocurrencies, where there's really no single country that governs over it, and not a lot of banks can also have a way to govern or control this type of currency. So expect a lot of scams going on as well, and a lot of misinformation regarding using this type of currency, which leads to privacy issues. Okay, so the metaverse will provide much more personal information about its users, not only to the platforms, but to all the other users. And notably, there will be a lot more real world information about user habits. Maybe just like what I said earlier, physiological characteristics. And all these will now be shared and can be used to identify us, which will bring us to the next one, which is identity theft. With all this information, somebody can assume your identity and make use of your identity to do online transactions in your behalf. And lastly, data breaches, something that would be very important in our businesses. So there could be a lot of critical information or confidential data that will be shared and exposed while we are in the metaverse. So with all these new risks that we encounter, we would need to be prepared, and we would want to look at how we can mitigate these risks. So for risk mitigation, let's talk about different ways to do that. And one is to control misinformation. So we would like to monitor all the data that comes in and out and try to validate, try to verify the sources, and see if there's truth to what is going around. Also want to verify identities. So we should make use of verifiable credentials that should be easily structured and allows us to enable easier identification of fellow community or team members, or to enable configurable access to varying virtual world locations, and experiences. So some examples may include MFA, OTP, or um, even biometrics. And then user education. So maybe this would be the most important because a lot of the attacks will be towards our users and those who are lacking knowledge about cyber attacks, most especially social engineering, will be the most vulnerable. So as much as possible, we want to educate them about online scams and how to verify or validate information. One thing that we could also implement is a centralized trust model. So this is a way where we can use cryptography or encryption to validate authenticity, maybe even the integrity of each member or each transaction that joins our space. And then the zero trust framework. So the zero trust framework is a security framework requiring all users, whether in or outside the organization, the network to be authenticated, authorized, and continuously validated for security configuration and posture before we grant them or we give them access to applications and data. Zero trust will assume that there's no traditional network edge and that networks can be either local, in the cloud, or maybe a combination, or what we say a hybrid. So different resources could be anywhere, and the workers could be in any location. But with this framework, there's a certain trust that we can rely on because of the use of the technology that we can use to validate integrity and of course authenticity of all transactions. Talking about zero trust model, we have Trends Fortify that would implement this. It will start off by providing visibility and control of all policies and those that are violated, and it will also set safeguards in place to mitigate risks. So this framework, securing used for securing infrastructure and data for today's modern digital transformation, like the metaverse, um, uniquely will address the modern challenges of the today's business, including remote working, work from home, hybrid cloud environments, maybe even malware threats. So while many vendors will be trying to come up with solutions, Trends Fortify will try to put together all these solutions and services to be able to come up with a way we can mitigate risks. So thinking about the metaverse, there's still a lot of things that are unknown. There's still a lot of things that have not been completely realized. But we know that we will be handling data. So we want to make sure that we are able to control and secure this data from the back end. So there should be people that we can rely on to give us services or products and solutions that will help us protect this data. So it still boils down to that, making sure that we can work with data and information that is trustworthy, especially that we will be jumping into a world that we are, uh, that we have not really been very familiar with. Okay, but then with all this being said, we can still be just courageous and jump into the metaverse and improve our lives together with the new technology. So that ends my presentation. And if you have any questions, feel free to send me an email at tiensanchez@trends.com.ph. And thank you very much.
All right. Thank you also, Mr. Sanchez, for that informative presentation on the risks of the Metaverse. And now, moving on for our third session, how time flies, right? We will learn about API security through external attack surface management. As it is hard to protect what you cannot see, so many times organizations are not aware of all their assets, including APIs. They prepare to have their internet exposed, application assessed during pen tests, but have to go through the drill of taking inventory of all the applications. This is similar task for all external assets. Companies do not always know what they have exposed, and this makes assessing and securing them difficult. Here, we will learn how to integrate APIs into external attack surface management, or EASM, to improve the security posture of external facing APIs. It is our pleasure to introduce to you our next speaker for this session, who is a cybersecurity professional and often offensive security SME with over 18 years of experience. He is currently a tech evangelist and enablement manager at Psychognito, a former college adjunct instructor, and co-authored the Pentester Blueprint, starting a career as an ethical hacker that was featured in the Tribe of Hackers Red Team. May I present to you Mr. Philip Wiley.
Hello, and welcome to my session. My session is titled API Security Through External Attack Surface Management. So a little bit about myself. I'm Philip Wiley. I have my CISSP, OSCP, and GWAPT certifications. I'm the manager of tech evangelism and enablement at Psychognito. I'm an offensive cybersecurity professional and instructor, a former adjunct instructor. So I've been in offensive security for a little over 10 years. IT was over 20 years, and then as far as security, I've been in cybersecurity for over 18 years. Part of my cybersecurity career was spent in application security. My teaching experience was at Dallas College as an adjunct instructor. I taught there for almost four years, teaching pen testing and web app pen testing. In my offensive security career, I've worked 5 years as a consultant. The rest of that time was spent as an internal resource as a pen tester and a red team lead for companies, from consumer products to also banking. So I worked in the financial industry prior to pen testing, and as a pen tester, I've also been a bug crowd ambassador, being involved in bug bounties and that sort of thing. So learning how the different areas of offensive security work has been kind of one of my specialties and what I'm a subject matter expert on. So being able to show companies how to build effective attack surface management programs is one of my fortes. I'm also a published author. I'm the concept creator and co-author of the Pentester Blueprint, Starting a Career as an Ethical Hacker. This book came from my college lecture that I would give at the beginning of each semester on how to become a pen tester. And after the first semester I taught it, other instructors teaching cybersecurity would ask me to come in their class and guest lecture and share this presentation. I first gave this lecture in January 2018 to my class. And then by November of 2018, I gave this talk at a security conference here in the Dallas-Fort Worth area where I live. I'm also a podcast host of the Hacker Factory podcast. And the goal of this podcast is to share stories of people in the cybersecurity industry as they share their advice and tips for others to get started into the industry. So this talk today, this is an area, attack surface management, especially externally facing, as well as API security, are very critical areas to be addressed. The APIs have been around for years. They're just starting to be used more because you can use APIs for mobile phone apps to interact with IoT, to use web interfaces to interact with through applications. So it was really a good way to be able to communicate across several platforms, make it easier for developers to write the backends and not have to recreate the different environments. And, one of the things you can think back to is when we used to have middleware servers that did a lot of this work. Now APIs make it more simple to use. And so during this talk, we're going to discover defining attack surface management, why prioritize external attack surface management, discovering the attack surface, as well as API pen testing and the tools, as well as addressing gaps in EASM. So first, we need to understand what the attack surface is, which I figure most of you know. But to understand attack surface management, we must define attack surface. So according to NIST, it's the set of points on the boundary of a system element, or environment where an attacker can try to enter, cause an effect on, or extract data from that system element, or environment. Another way to look at this is attack surface could be the attack vectors. So the attack vectors of your environment. So being able to define that. This attack surface is used by threat actors to gain access to your organization. And one of the things we really have to look at with attack surface management is to really make sure that we're prioritizing the offensive security side of things. Offensive security has been kind of misunderstood and underutilized over the years. I've worked for companies that the security people didn't know the difference between a pen test, a web application pen test, a vulnerability scan, or a vulnerability assessment. They didn't understand the differences, or a red team operation. So we had a director that wanted a red team operation done against an application, which that is something you do more towards an overall environment or an organization, not on an SAP application. So this has kind of got me down the path of trying to educate others outside of the offensive security realm, because this is really a topic that needs to be understood by everyone in security, as well as IT management and the board, to let them understand. If they understand this better, I think it's easier for us to get budgeting, and they understand why it's important and critical. You build this into your secure SDLC, and then you're working with the development team to make sure that your web applications are being tested periodically. They may be doing their static code analysis and running DAST against those systems, but we also need to make sure that they're periodically being pen tested to make sure they're secure. Make sure the infrastructure where these applications reside is secure. You can have a really secure application, but if someone can exploit and breach that infrastructure, that's really not going to matter. So we need to make sure that everything is secured and assessed. Infrastructure is the foundation of the building of applications. So why is ASM important? It's hard to assess or secure what you don't know about. So penetration testing once or twice a year is not enough. A lot of times companies aren't able to pen test everything due to resources or time or budget. And recurring vulnerability scans are not enough either. These are things you kind of have to put together. All these things together make for a more secure infrastructure, more secure environment. And 50% of the exploited vulnerabilities are exploited within 48 hours of a 0-day and being exploited. So this is a stat that came out from CISA.gov, and it assesses security from a threat actor's perspective. So the threat actors are going to look at this a different way than an individual would. And kind of to expound upon this, why this is important, this is one of the reasons that, like, the MITRE attack framework has been important. It's been a way to show defenders how threat actors think and what these targets are, what they're doing to be able to more secure the environment. So this is important. So offensive security is one of the components of attack surface management, and needing to know that whole attack surface is a serious problem. A lot of companies sometimes don't know all their internal assets, but that's easier to address with vulnerability scanners. You can do discovery scans with Nessus. You can use Nmap to detect those assets, as well as, like, Rumble is a tool that's used for internal asset inventories. You can find those assets, but once you get externally it's a little more difficult to do this, but it needs to be addressed. So attack surface management addresses both internal and external facing systems. Both are important, but our focus is on the external attack surface management. The external attack surface is open to more people, so there's more higher probability of being attacked. If anyone's ever looked at the logs on your web server and saw all the failed attempts and different scans and all this stuff, looking through logs, you realize how serious this is. I mean, I've managed my own personal websites. I've managed websites for nonprofits and my church. And one of the things that's interesting, a church that's not very well known, that's kind of local, it's not even a nationally known or state known church, can have all these attacks. Then your infrastructure, you're a business, you've got information that's more valuable to attackers as well as be able to monetize this. There's a lot more value there for them. So this kind of addresses why this should be a focus. Definitely you're not wanting to overlook the internal, but with internal, you've got a little more time to work on things. Endpoint protection kind of protects. We're kind of a little more limited on the things we have externally. And if we don't know about what we have out there, then that becomes a problem too. So traditional attack surface management is vulnerability scanning, vulnerability assessment, and penetration testing. So vulnerability assessments are sometimes the acronym VAPT. These are similar items, but back to the first item, vulnerability scanning is just running Nessus or Qualys or a DAST to look for vulnerabilities. A vulnerability assessment, you're taking your vulnerability scans and other tools to find vulnerabilities as well as validating those vulnerabilities, making sure that they're not false positives and making sure you're not missing the false negatives. These vulnerability scanners sometimes will miss items. And so if you're using multiple vulnerability scanners or open source tools, you're able to cover more and find more of this. And so penetration testing is a vulnerability assessment plus the exploitation. And then your red teaming. And so I really want to expound upon that. Red teaming, the original sense, is adversary emulation. So this is going in, trying to go undetected, unannounced. Very few people in the organization know about it. You have the control team. Sometimes, a lot of cases, it's going to include like the CISO and maybe some other people manage, but you really don't want to let too many people know because, sometimes the blue team might tip off their people to make sure they're ready for this because they don't want to look bad. Some people are worried that if they don't fare well in one of these type of exercises, that it doesn't look good for them. And the only way for these to work well is not be publicly advertised thoroughly throughout your organization. You want to kind of keep this quiet to get optimal effects. And also with the adversary emulation, you're also not only testing the technology, you're testing the people, the reaction times, how well these endpoint protections are working, different protections in your organization, how well it's working, how vulnerable you are to a real phishing attack. And this is outside of the little ongoing phishing simulations that ran an organization. While these are helpful, they really don't show you what's going to happen in a real world breach. So if you get a real phishing attack, you're not just wanting to keep metrics on how many people clicked on it. You want to know what happens if someone clicks on it, and then go in and remediate, put things in place that you don't have to worry so much about people clicking on malware and getting your environment infected and breached. And so purple teaming is another great area. Purple teaming, the red team and the blue team collaborate together while the red teamers are executing hacking tools. The blue team is waiting to see if they can detect those. And if they're not, they're working on detection and as well as different mitigations to prevent those type of attacks. So this is a really good way to bring up in your organization your maturity to help improve things, because you perform vulnerability scans, pen tests, and you do remediation. This takes several cycles to improve your security posture, and over time it gets better. But with purple teaming, it helps bring it up quicker. And most of these, like the purple teaming, this is kind of an internal type activity. Then bug bounties, crowdsourced pen testing, you've got tens or hundreds of thousands of people testing against one target. Could be like 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. So you're more likely going to find something like that with that type of testing concurrent recurrency, because a lot of times with pen test, some application, web app, you may only have 40 hours to test. With these bug bounties, you got longer time. You've got people that specialize in different types of vulnerabilities. So you're more likely going to find something. So this is a good addition to your web app pen testing, that you get some continuous testing and some variety of testers out there. And, the crowdsource model works really well. And then application security and testing integrated into the software development lifecycle. So making sure that along with the DAST, the scans, and static code analysis, that you've got someone periodically going through here and doing pen test. Major changes, it should be tested after that. Something to fix a bug may not be necessary, but make sure you really define that well and build that into the process. Communicate that with the developers so they make sure whenever they're going through this process, they can schedule the pen tests so these get done in a timely manner. And so some traditional gaps. So these are some gaps that I see here and I've seen over my career. And one of the biggest things that has affected pen testing is the compliance-based penetration testing. So if your company requires to be PCI data security standard compliant, then you're having these pen tests performed for PCI. And sometimes you can miss out a lot of different areas of infrastructure and different environments that are not getting tested because of compliance-based pen testing. If your company is doing your network segmentation testing correctly, then only that is in scope for PCI. The stuff around it is not. So that can get missed. So we want to make sure we're testing things that are not in scope for any kind of compliance or PCI. Common sense would tell you if you're secure, you're going to take care of some of these compliance needs. But, keep in the back of your mind, different things has to be done for the compliance, but perform your pen test in more of a style that you're testing everything. In narrow scopes, you're also missing testing types, systems and whole environments. So testing types could be social engineering, physical building assessments, because you can have the most secure environment, but if someone's able to walk in, get their hands on the keyboard that someone's logged in as administrator, they're going to be able to do anything they want to do. So we've got to make sure every level is secure. And so through some of the compliance-based pen testing, some of these things have been removed. A lot of cases, a pen tester gets a subnet or a specific list of IP addresses or domain names that they test, and they don't test outside of that. So, you're missing out on some testing techniques like more thorough reconnaissance as well as OSINT, open source intelligence. And so there's time and resource limitations. If you only got 40 hours to do a pen test, you're not going to find as much as if you had, internal resource testing it for a month. So time and resources limitations are gaps there. Incomplete and inaccurate asset inventories. So not knowing what all we have, we can't test it or protect it. We need accurate inventories. So why prioritize external attack surface management? Internet exposed and highly accessible to threat actors. So this means this is more attractive and more easy to discover by attackers. They're going to want to find the easiest way in, the low-hanging fruit. Penetration testing once or twice a year is not enough, as we kind of mentioned in a previous slide. Then recurring and vulnerability scans are not enough. We're not really addressing these external surfaces well enough. In a lot of cases, we don't know what all we have in our external attack surface. We need to make sure that we're making sure this is clearly defined and we're discovering everything. So addressing attack surface management gaps. So EASM discovery, so discovering that attack surface, and this is using reconnaissance, including open source intelligence. I've performed pen tests before where it was a black box pen test. We went into the organization, was able to look up all the IP addresses that were in the network blocks and domain names, but there was a FTP server in another country that wasn't on the list. And using open source tools, I was able to find that FTP server. Otherwise, we wouldn't know about it. And this is pretty common practice. A lot of times companies will decommission applications. They switch over to the new application, but what doesn't happen sometimes is the server is not taken offline and taken down. So it's still out there, probably not being updated, running vulnerable software, and it can be exploited. Maybe it's not got production data on it, but if someone's able to attack that and successfully breach that target, then they're able to get a foothold in and get in externally. And we're talking about external attack surface, but with these external vulnerabilities, if they're exploitable, that gives attackers a way to get into the organization. So we have to really watch for these. So external attack surface management discovery. So we want to get our known items. So we're wanting to get all the IPs and subnets and domain names that we know of and do reconnaissance against those items. So the reconnaissance collection. So where you're looking at doing IP address discovery, looking up your autonomous system numbers, using Aaron and RIPE, the regional registrars to get those IP addresses, subdomain enumeration using tools like Subfinder and AMAS, open source intelligence, Shodan to locate unknown hosts. There's other similar products out there, even like Recon NG, and then Crunchbase for acquisitions. So business acquisitions, mergers and acquisitions. Sometimes this holds information on assets that you don't know about. So you acquired into this new company and you don't realize that they have this other data center that maybe totally got missed, or it could be as small as a server or two. And so the reference to this is from Jason Haddock's The Bug Bounty Methodology, where in bug bounty, they find a lot of bugs by doing thorough reconnaissance OSINT, discovering all those subdomains and IP addresses out there that they may have missed in mergers and acquisitions data. And so reconnaissance scanning, so IP addresses and domain names, including subdomains. So you're running like Nmap for live hosts. Then you're going to do Nmap for the ports and services of the identified host, as well as identifying the web resources. So we're trying to find anything that's exposed, since we're going after APIs. So we need these web resources. We need to make sure we identify all those. And, you know, you can even run like your vulnerability scanners on this to detect things as well, not just only like Nmap. You can run your DAST scanners against those resources that you found to try to look for any kind of APIs, any kind of web resources, or any kind of vulnerabilities. And API endpoint discovery. So we've got all the IP addresses once we do our external attack surface management discovery, and we have our web resources, then we need to enumerate our API endpoints. So some good tools to do that is Kite Runner for RESTful API discovery, and FOOF, word list based API discovery. These are some tools very popular among bug bounty hunters. And Katie Paxton Fear, aka Insider PhD, has a YouTube video on my API testing automated toolbox. So this shows you how to do this in here. So you're really wanting to make sure you're automating these things. Once you're running, using tools like AMAS and some other automation tools, different scripts and stuff, you can figure out how to run the scripts, and then you can figure out how to automate it. And so Katie's got a really good video on how she does this. So this automation can really help you when you're shorthanded on people. Then you really need automation to kind of help you out. And we can take an example of bug bounty hunters. Some of the best out there have some virtual private servers running, that they're running scripts, constantly doing discovery and doing a lot of the things that can be automated. That way they can spend more time doing the manual testing, that's takes more skill and more time, and let the automation take care of this stuff. So API vulnerability testing. So once we discover API endpoints, there's some API vulnerability testing tools out there. Authorize, Burp Suite extension for detecting IDOR, Log++, a multi-thread logging extension for Burp Suite, as well as SQL Map for finding SQL injection vulnerabilities. So there is SQL injection vulnerabilities in APIs. So NoSQL Map is a NoSQL testing tool, JWT tool for Java Web Token testing, and then Burp Suite interception proxy and vulnerability scanning tool, testing tool. So this does vulnerability scanning as well as use some of these different plugins, extensions to help make finding vulnerabilities less difficult. And you can use tools like Postman to test those APIs as well too. So once you've got those discovered, you need to test those and look for vulnerabilities. And the video where this resource comes from is still that same YouTube video from Katie that I shared on the previous slide. So making sure you're thoroughly testing this. Once you get the APIs discovered, then you need to test for vulnerabilities. And also too, there's some of these tools listed, but use a variety of tools. So a variety of tools will help find things you may have not found otherwise. And a really good resource on some of this stuff is to follow some of the bug bounty hunters. They've got some really good tips and tricks on API discoveries and different web application vulnerability techniques, as well as some of them, like Katie sharing some of her automation tips for automated API testing, the discovery and the testing. And so vulnerability testing. So you also have OWASP Zap. It has the Open API add-on, a GraphQL add-on, SOAP add-on, and imports. You can import the files containing URLs add-on, so you can import URLs if you have known APIs. And so this is referenced from Zap Proxy, how to scan for your APIs. Zap is a similar tool to Burp Suite and is a highly recommended tool because it's another type of tool to use. That way you're getting the diversity of your tool set and finding things you possibly might not otherwise find. So the OWASP Top 10 also has the API Security Top 10. So this is a good resource. And then addressing the gaps in EASM, continuous discovery, continuous testing, so vulnerability scanning, pen testing, and EASM platforms. Automation improves scalability and resource limitations, improves consistency, and then remediation. Make sure you're doing timely and complete remediation. That's the only way to eliminate these exploitable vulnerabilities, is to make sure we remediate and take those seriously.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Wiley. And I just found out that we have 327 attendees to this webinar, and of course, counting. Welcome to those who just joined in, and of course, hello again to those who are with us since we opened this forum. So stay put, as we have a lot in store for all of you. Now, before we continue with our first panel discussion, let us take a short break. First, by having our first raffle draw. I know everyone is excited and waiting for this. Now, let's now raffle this first prize. First prize would be one Baseus USB 2.0 and USB 3 hub adapter. So let's raffle this and let's wait for the winner. Okay, our winner of one Baseus USB 2.0 and USB 3.0 hub adapter is Bernadette San Diego from University of the East. Congratulations, Bernadette. All right, next raffle would be one Vigor GK20 gaming keyboard. There you go. So let's wait. Who is the next lucky winner? Waiting. There we go. Our next lucky winner, Catherine Resoso of Accenture. Congratulations, Catherine! You have one Vigor, or you won one Vigor GK20 gaming keyboard. All right. We have last two raffle draws. Okay. Let's wait for our next winner. The winner of one Home Zania Digital Safe and Lock is Ariel Aviles of University of East Manila. Congratulations, Ariel! Okay, last but not the least. Okay. Our last winner for this raffle. Just for this part, okay? All right, congratulations, Corazon Ang of Fondness. Corazon Ang of Fondness, you won one Logitech G300S optical gaming mouse. So congratulations to all the winners. Huwag kayong mag-alala dun sa hindi natawag. We will have more raffle draws later on in our webinar. So again, congratulations to all of our winners. And thank you also to Mr. Wiley for that wonderful presentation earlier. All right. Thank you so much for active participation in our chat box. For those who missed winning, as I've mentioned earlier, you will still have 3 chances of winning. A delegate can only one time, just a reminder. So ready again to those your mobile, desk, and laptop keyboards, as the second set of winners will come from those who will ask questions in this panel. All right. Now, to moderate our first panel discussion with a very interesting topic, entering the Metaverse ecosystem, is one of the founding members of ISOG and the current assistant treasurer of the organization. He has more than 10 years of information security governance and management experience, and currently the Chief Information Security Officer and Head of Information Security Department of the Philippine Veterans Bank. Prior to this, he also assumed as the CISO and Data Protection Officer of the Philippine Bank of Communications and Development Bank of the Philippines. And on top of that, on top of his information security and privacy management experience, he is also equipped with 17 years of internal auditing experience. Ladies and gentlemen, may we call on Mr. Alvin Punsalan. Hi, sir. Good morning.
Hello, good morning. Hello, everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, world. I'm doing fine, Angela.
Yes.
But you know, honestly, I feel great. It's really a sort of, a mixed emotion for me, excited and elated at the same time, considering this is the first of the 4 series of the ISOG Metaverse Summit that is happening now up to end of the year. So thanks for asking. So how about you?
I'm doing good. I'm gaining a lot of information from this webinar, which I am truly grateful for. And of course, for your session today, entering the Metaverse ecosystem, it's very timely. But can you give us an overview about this before we call our panelists, Sir Alvin?
All right. Well, Angela, for me, I view Metaverse, as the next big thing or evolution of the digital access, or what we call the digitalization. Now imagine this, doing things in a virtual realm or environment wherein all services could be accessed in a centralized universe. That would be awesome, right? But then again, safety measures should be in place in order to preserve what we call the CIA, or the confidentiality, integrity, and availability of information and the information systems therein. So in a nutshell, Metaverse is a concept that lays the foundation for attached virtual ecosystem in the future. Angela?
All right. Thank you very much, sir, for that. And of course, not to keep our audience waiting, I'm sure everyone is looking forward to this discussion. So let me call back on our virtual stage, Mr. Denny Sanchez, the Chief Information Security Officer of Trends and Technologies. We also have Hans Barr, the Director of Sales Engineering of Psycognito APAC. And of course, Paul Prantilla, the Director of IT Operations, Red Rock Security. Take it away.
Okay. Before we start, once again, may I reiterate that, for our participants to start jotting down your questions on the Q&A or chat tab. By doing that, so we will have a chance to win an ISOG exciting door prizes. So once again, participate, be educated, and at the same time, chance to win our prizes. So to our panelists, are you ready? Mr. Dennis, Mr. Hans, and Mr. Paul? So let's begin. So for the first question, let me throw in the first one. What do you consider as the most critical mindset that organizations have to adopt in order to keep pace with the events brought about by the metaverse ecosystem? So let's start off with Mr. Dennis. Would you like to start answering this?
Okay, thank you, Alvin.
Okay.
All right, so what will be the first thing that should be in the minds, right? Of course, coming from a security perspective, we'll always like to think that everything is hackable,
Yes.
and nothing is really secure. We do have a lot of solutions and technologies available to mitigate the risks, but it can't be, there's really no single bullet, or there's no one single solution for everything. So we just need to be very careful and make use of whatever technology available to keep everything secure. And it starts off with again, like you said, the mindset. So everybody should always be on their toes when they're dealing in the metaverse.
All right. So, Mr. Hans, would you like to share your views on this?
Yeah, great. Thank you for the question. So, so I completely agree. This is one of those things where this idea of the metaverse is truly a microcosm of our own physical world today, right? So when you look at the world today as it exists, well, what elements of the world that exist today will carry over into this virtual space, right? And so the same threats that exist here today, we will have the opportunity to sort of change the way that we deal with these threats, and in that space, having maybe more control over certain variables, while the space is overall going to be more decentralized. But again, we can expect to see a lot of the same issues in our modern physical world, also in this metaverse. So what that gives is the opportunity to get ahead of these things and to take certain precautions and put controls in place that maybe we just didn't have with the current evolution of the internet, right? That we live and enjoy, today. So this is one of those things where, if the metaverse is a software overlay on top of a set of hardware components globally dispersed, sort of like what we experience with cloud computing today. Well, how do we defend that? What are the controls? What are the different ways that we're going to actually try to enable a safe environment for everybody to coexist, in this first evolution of the metaverse? And it'll get better over time, right? We're literally just in the very early stages of this concept, where so many companies are investing and building ecosystems and just different platforms. But it'll get better, right? So we'll learn as we go along as well, in order to just achieve a more efficient environment.
So true. Yeah, I agree to that. Mr. Paul, would you like to share your thoughts on this?
Yeah, definitely. Just want to make sure first if you guys can hear me well.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah.
Clear.
Yeah. I want to build up on what Hans and Dennis said. So, currently, as of itself right now, it's mostly a concept, like a concept from its early definition of a 3D world where you'll have your avatars on it. It's been initially realized by things like Second Life and similar games, but to take that to the next level where you have access to real life equivalents in this quote-unquote metaverse, that's still a concept as it is. The biggest barrier to that right now, well, from what I see, is that there are several metaverses. There's no the metaverse yet. I mean, that part is still evolving, and one barrier for that concept to become a reality, because right now, if you ask 20 different people of what the metaverse is, you'll have 20 different answers.
Yeah.
They just have that common denominator of a virtual reality accessible by these devices like Oculus, HoloLens, um, and whatnot. But the main problem right now is the lack of standards for all of that interaction together. They're mostly proprietary driven. There is such a thing called OpenXR right now that serves as the API framework for interactivity or sharing experiences via APIs, but that's still a work in progress. I'd say that's where the IT security community has to get in. If this thing is going to blow up, that's one of the first things to start. You need a secure protocol. And moving on to what Dennis said, well, and also Hans mentioned, where this will definitely add an additional complexity. You'll have that whole overlay of software plus new devices on top of services. For the current services that are already like that, a good example is Axis Infinity. That's a mobile game that's really, really popular in the Philippines, and they've monetized it by injecting it with or having it use Ethereum. That has been recently hacked, and that's one of the biggest crypto-related hacks as of late. So you could already see the dangers of having this, of incorporating real-life equivalents in a virtual or even just a mobile game. So that's the challenge moving forward. Yeah.
Yeah, so true. I agree to that. You know, guys, the first thing that pops into my mind when I heard this word metaverse is the Matrix movie. You know, something similar to that, that you can, it's almost a reality, a different universe, almost a reality that in the end, it could eventually, you know, you could use your life, you know, on it. No? All right, so let's move to the Q&A tab or the chat box, and let's see some of the questions of the participants. Let's start off with the first one, provided by Mr. John Manansala. So here's the question. More on regulators. Okay, the question is, do you have an idea if the regulators now are ready for the metaverse, the impact of it in the digital world? So, anyone, guys, would you like to comment on that?
I'll take a first go at it. You know,
go ahead, Hans.
Regulators are often behind the curve, right? You know, so you have the demand from the market, you know, which is motivating a lot of energy, a lot of activity, and then you know, later you'll typically see some type of you know, general guidelines around how, you know, how industries are going to be regulated, right? Just kind of like bumper guards, nothing too strict, but you know, more general guidance. Now, you know, I see the same thing happening here. You know, if we use history as a bit of an example, you know, to guide us, you know, with this question, that's exactly what will happen, right? You know, so you know, the regulators have never been known to be super in touch with reality, with technology either, right? You know, it's a bit of an afterthought in most cases. So it'll be the same here, where there'll be general cybersecurity and overall technology risk, you know, guidelines. But the balance there is, how do you keep it a safe environment, you know, with regulations and also just human safety, while at the same time not sort of stagnating growth and the overall what it's going to become next, right, in the early stages. So nobody wants to slow that down, especially when there's so much investment being made in so many different areas, whether it's, you know, Goldman and Sachs investing, or it's all these different platforms and Microsoft and Meta, and even the, you know, governments and militaries investing in this space. Nobody wants to slow that down by any means, but we will see some early framework of governance, you know, in this space, just like we have with other technology areas.
Mr. Dennis, would you like to add something on that insofar as readiness of our regulators is concerned?
Yeah, well, honestly, we've seen it in the past, right? The laws, and just like what Hans said, they always come at a later time after a risk has been realized, after a real attack has taken place, and I think really what it falls on those companies that would implement uh, the solution or the space where people can jump into the metaverse to come up with policies.
Yeah.
Because I don't want to look down on the government, but the truth is, they're at a place where it really takes time for all these regulations to come. So we, the computing community, especially the private companies who will be implementing these technologies, should be the ones creating policies, and we cannot rely on the government, alone.
Yeah, that's true. Mr. Paul, I know that you have a lot of clients right now insofar as our RedRock service is concerned. But your thoughts insofar as the readiness of our regulators is concerned. What do you think?
Well, yeah, my first input to that would be what do we exactly regulate? I mean, it's still not very tangible yet. It's still mostly a concept, and I mean, we don't even have that standard, those standards that I mentioned. How do we get this virtual world where different services get to interact with each other? And already having a minimal sort of interaction opens up a kind of worms, right? Like the example I gave earlier with Axis Infinity. I'd like to add on to what Ralph also said. Like, regulators aren't known to be exactly on the cutting edge, and even right now, because for example, we do work a lot with mobile applications that deal with financial transactions. That by itself has a lot of issues. We rarely, and I'm sure a lot of the APT providers can relate. We rarely assess a mobile application with that passes on its first try. There are lots of vulnerabilities, even with that minimal scope. So if you blow that scope up, you essentially increase the attack surface. That provides a lot of more problems in the long run. So I'd say that's the number one problem. Regulators, they're definitely not equipped yet because there's nothing concrete to regulate. Once there is something concrete to regulate, it's all the more even complex. It's more complex than your typical web app and services. And those by itself are typically have their own challenges already when being regulated. So yeah, short answer would be, yeah, it would be a challenge.
Yeah, that's so true. Okay, moving on. Here's another question from Mart. So here it is. How it will ensure that this, meaning the metaverse, will be seamless and real time? Will this have an impact on our current internet providers' capability and capacity? So, Sir Dennis, what do you think on this?
Well, there's gonna be a really big impact on the services side, I guess, because of the you need to have the ability to monitor and see everything happening if we want it to be secure. And honestly, I can't really answer like what Paul was saying. It's because the whole thing is still quite a concept. It's not completely realized. So there are more things that we will discover along the way. Are we ready? Well, when the internet first came in, when it first came up, we were not ready at all, right? And again, coming from a security perspective, we learn along the way. So there's going to be a really big impact now that there are companies trying to make use of it, and there will be more once completely realized and everybody understand.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So here's another question. Probably we could read the question of Pasquinel Rendal. He asked that how important blockchain technology and Web3 in the metaverse. So, Mr. Hans, would you like to comment on this?
Sure. So of course, when it comes to businesses who want to capitalize, on the metaverse, have a storefront, provide services, all of this is achievable, right? With what the idea of the metaverse is today. So then, of course, what does that mean? Do they, in a decentralized, environment where you have some major players who are participating and crafting what this is going to look like in the beginning, but then from there, there's still, it's still the Wild West. You'll still have some alternate ways of just existing in this space. But again, at the foundation, there will still be services, goods and services exchange, so on and so forth. So of course, the early idea, and I think this is one of Meta's ideas, is to have like a virtual digital currency called Mana, right? And so that's some of the initial ideas that are being shared around. But the overall concept, is a sound concept where what's the currency going to be? What's the foundation going to be? How do you tie our current financial system, whatever that is, if it's cryptocurrencies, if it's the fiat, systems in different countries, into this new augmented world, this augmented reality world to actually transact. So if blockchain is that, then I think many people would be happy, right? Because now it's a chance to sort of to change the game a bit, right? Have this, this distributed ledger really be foundational within this space. So the answer is yes and no, right? I think it's, to Paul's point earlier, we still don't know what this is yet. It's a general concept that a lot of people are putting money into. But what it actually becomes next is what the people make it. And that's kind of an exciting thought.
Agree. Okay, another question. Let's hear it. A question from Rick's son. Rick, hi Rick. Here's the question of Rick. In the opinion of the presenters, can we apply the same security frameworks like the ISO, the NIST, the CIS on the security layers of the Meta to keep the security posture of the companies? So, Mr. Paul.
Yeah.
Your thoughts?
Yeah, generally, yes. Thinking about it, so if you guys are familiar with the CIS critical security controls, so it's version 8 right now. There are 18 controls. There are controls there that target the layers that I see in a potential metaverse. But to provide a bit more context there, and this is also related to the question that Dennis answered.
Yeah.
The thing about the metaverse is that, take Steam and Valve, for example, right? If you think of a metaverse, you're thinking, okay, there are headsets, there are VRs. That's the ultimate goal. For Steam, for example, you have your Steam platform, and then you have your Steam VR on top of that, because the Steam VR is specifically for connecting to your headsets. And then you have your Valve Index headset. And the Steam VR is also, as far as I believe, it's also compatible with Oculus. All right. So how many more layers did that just add to your typical security stack that we have in your contemporary services right now? That's a lot. You have okay, fine, your headsets are Android based, but it has more code definitely than your regular Android device, right? And so all in all, that expands your vulnerability surface. So that means that there are more, if we don't need more controls from a future version of your CIS, definitely we need to expand the context of the current controls for that, because there's a lot more going on than your typical web service and the like. I think that's what I have to say for that.
Yeah. Okay. Moving on. Another question from Marielle. As a data privacy officer, what are the skills that I need to have in order to monitor and ensure compliance when our company does business in the metaverse? So, Mr. Dennis, any thoughts on this?
Well, number one, if you're the data privacy officer, you have to make sure you're the person that the government will rely on, right? So
Agree, yeah.
you're very accountable. So make sure that you're not negligent. And make sure all the people from the data custodians to anybody who touches the data um, are all on it. Are all in it when we talk about handling data securely. So um, make sure you just go through all the guidelines that the National Privacy Commission came up with, and you should be set.
Yeah.
But thinking about how it actually affects the risk, it does have an impact, a positive impact in keeping it secure, but you still can't rely on whatever the guidelines tell you. This is like best best effort, or I would say uh, consideration, like like uh, like hygiene. You do things like you brush your teeth, but it doesn't mean that you get to an accident, you will not break, right? So yeah, so the guidelines are good, coming from National Privacy Commission, but it really starts with the culture of your company. So as much as you can, you want to educate everyone in your organization to be very careful, not to a point that you're paranoid, but just make sure that everything is well taken care of and everybody is in it. Only takes one weak link on the security chain, for the data to be stolen. So that's pretty much it. Make sure that everybody is in it when you implement security policies to make sure the data is secure.
Yeah. I agree, Dennis. For me, being a former DPO, no, the primary consideration really is the protection of the PII and the SPI, right? So, the DPO should have really the responsibility to follow that particular information in any other platform, in any other universe. So that's it. Basically, protection of the PII. So, moving on, another question from Edison Dungo. Hi, Edison. Uh, with identity theft being prevalent nowadays, with actual physical personality despite the risks mitigation stated, can we further improve security and or protection of individuals in the metaverse world? So, Mr. Hans, would you like to comment on this?
I think this is a constant struggle, right?
Yep.
And if you pay attention to the news now, Elon Musk is trying to buy Twitter, right? And so it's super interesting, right? One of the world's richest guys is trying to be the bastion for free speech, on a popular tech platform. But then, of course, the next headline that comes out is, whoa, only if you reduce the number of fake accounts down below a certain percentage, right? So that's always been the suspicion, when every social media platform is birthed onto the internet, the way that value is gauged is participation. And then, of course, with participation, underlying the value there is how many people, are on that platform every day, whether it's Twitter or Facebook and I imagine any of the early platforms within the metaverse are going to be gauged in a similar way. How many interactions are happening there? Are these real interactions or are these bots, right? Are these just bots being dispersed into the metaverse that are not real people, right? So that's always a concern. And until that nut is cracked, then the concept of identity theft and sort of imposters or fake actors within these virtual spaces are going to always exist because they're allowed to exist. It's almost condoned behavior. So then of course, how do you get around that? But again, this offers an opportunity for companies to really come up with solutions, to try to crack this issue, right? If you can assign a real, value to a real person and have that be authenticated in some way, again, maybe even going back to the blockchain kind of, in discussion there, then it's a great opportunity for someone to actually come up and actually contribute to the overall conversation.
Yeah, right.
Sorry, Alvin, I'd like to add to that as well.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. There's one more unique threat that I see that's inherent in the concept of the metaverse as well, when it that adds on to identity theft. It's interesting because for Second Life, for example, there was a problem with sexual harassment because and that's kind of logical because the more people get to interact on a medium where that is more immersive, there are less barriers for them to do things like this. And the way I relate it with current cybercrime right now, specifically phishing. In phishing, it's a psychological game where someone, a scammer, wants you to do something. They try to gain your trust to click on a link or go to a website. There are more ways to do that. There are more ways to scam if you are in this immersive world, right? And if you're in this immersive world that has an interface with Ethereum or an interface with whatever, the stakes are a bit higher. It's not anymore just phishing going through an inbox. It's now interactions, a lot more interactions and possibilities for scamming, and a lot more ways to do that. It's not just clicking a link anymore. You could do whatever in a metaverse, right? Again, you're wearing all of the vision. The end vision is everyone is wearing all of these Oculus. They're in this world that's an evolution of like Facebook Horizon. It's pretty boring right now, but I imagine that as the years go on, you go closer and closer to that. So that's where that will all take us. Yeah. So I'd like everyone in the audience here to give to think about that, right? What that could bring.
Yes, agreed on that, Mr. Paul. I think there is a quick question. I think this is for Dennis. For Trends of 45, does it cover the entire ZTA framework? That is identity, device, network, data, application, as a cloud service?
Yes, there's actually multiple solutions in it, and the idea is to put it all together so we can monitor everything. So it starts with that, and then of course there's encryption. There's different solutions from the application level all the way to the perimeter. I mean, from the perimeter all the way to the back end. So it's a really complete solution, and actually I would say it's going to be something that would be tailor fit to whatever your organization need. It's going to be quite long if I'm going to discuss all the technicalities that are involved in there. But again, the zero trust framework is something that it will be implementing, which means we get to monitor and see everything and try to control everything through policies as well. I'll stop there.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks, Dennis. There's this one interesting question. I think let Paul answer this. Here's the question. Will the metaverse be taught to the new generation of the youth? And how will they adapt and follow these guidelines? Mr. Paul, being an educator, would you like to comment on this? Yeah.
Well,
Uh,
I don't think they would need to be taught the same way, oldies like me didn't need to be taught to get into MIRC. I wonder if people know about that. I mean, they'll just get into it. However, but that said, what has to be taught and deliberately taught is to how to use it in a secure way. I always talk about this during speeches where we were never taught by our parents how to behave on the internet, how to behave safely on the internet. Like we were taught not to accept candies from strangers or not to just, talk to some weird guy on a dark street. But but doing that equivalent on the internet as it is right now, that's just not being taught, right?
Right.
So I imagine that the problem will be exacerbated when we come to a concept of a metaverse where, again, we have this immersive world where all real life services have their counterparts here through standards that don't really exist. Okay, I mentioned OpenXR, but that's a long way off.
Yeah.
So that one has to be taught. And if going by what we've noticed for the past 2 years, if people don't deliberately teach that, then it's not going to happen. So that won't happen unless deliberately done. That safe behavior part.
Okay. Well said, Prof.
Alvin, I would like to add what
Go
Paul
ahead.
said.
Yeah.
Well, by the way, Paul, you just gave away our age talking about MIRC.
I just
Anyway.
looked it up in Wikipedia.
Oh, okay.
I don't know what it is.
Okay. Well, because you brought up, children, the youth, and the truth is, yeah, like what Paul was saying, that they're learning it by themselves, just like how we were learning it ourselves during our time, and I want to bring it up since we're talking about risks and threats, that there's actually a lot of danger now that there's a lot more somewhat metaphysical things that are happening, right? Like, for example, if you guys are familiar with the game Roblox, and it's not just the preparation of our youth on the technical side, but really on the mental side as well, their mental health. I've been witnessing, children having mental issues and some of them, coming back crying, saying that they got scammed, and there are things that the characters, the avatars themselves do that are quite inappropriate, and will be exposing the youth. So imagine what our world is right now, where our youth is really, immersed into the internet and in social media and how it affects them. So that's a very important part, that when we start educating people, is that we make sure that we talk to them about the parts that are not really on the technical side, but more on the social, the mental, and maybe spiritual side. So especially with all emotions, involved in a world that you are like fully immersed in. So that's just one thing that I want to get out there.
Yeah. So true. Okay, here's another question coming from Ian Antonio. Since the metaverse will mostly use cryptocurrencies, probably insofar as settlement is concerned, will cryptocurrencies be regulated in the future? Mr. Hans, would you like to answer this?
I think we're already starting to see that now, right? So in the beginning, cryptocurrencies were demonized, right? Bitcoin was associated with crime, right? And then there was this explosion of crypto, and then you had all these coins, and so now, and then later, then Facebook at the time came up with their own coin. And then you started to see all of these organizations get behind the idea of a digital currency, their own digital currency, to try to kind of corner the market and kind of create these mini monopolies behind their own coins. And then back to the regulator question. Then years later, regulators started to catch on to this idea and say, okay, well, this is really happening. We need to be present and actually start to try to put some structure around how these things are used. And that's what we see today, right? We see different tax, the tax organizations in relevant countries starting to put, guidelines behind the capital gains around these things. So of course, the next natural step is the financial system will continue to protect itself and drive a lot of that regulation and just structure with how cryptocurrencies are going to be regulated. So I mean, we're starting to see it already, right? It's happening right in front of our very eyes. So if by the time Metaverse becomes mature to the point where it's able to transact and actually, allow funds to flow, whether it's Ethereum or whatever the coin of the day is in that moment, then I suspect, the regulatory environment will be mature enough to allow it to happen. So I think it'll happen.
Yeah. Thanks for that, Hans. Okay. Another question coming from Melody in the chat box. So, what are the means to prevent meta phishing? Are there any known software or tools currently available to avoid this risk? So, Dennis, in your shop, do you have this? Do you have this already?
I'm sorry, can you repeat again the question, please?
The question is, what are the means to prevent meta phishing? Are there any known software or tools currently available to avoid this risk?
Yeah, okay. So, meta phishing.
Yeah.
All right. Well, there's actually a lot of solutions to alert us if there's a possible phishing, happening. Usually, it's more like monitoring behavior of sites that are being accessed, and even monitoring sources of communication from dubious or suspicious areas or suspicious locations, right?
Yeah.
That won't be enough. I would say the best solution still would be education, and teaching your people what are the signs of somebody phishing, because maybe in different forms. It could be through an email, it could be a pop-up link, it could be on a website and seeing all these ads, and they could even be something that looks very natural or normal in the common conversation, but then somebody's actually trying to extract information from you. So there's a lot of information that you really always have to give out right away in order to join whatever technology or solution that is out there you want to make use of. It's like when you register for an event, and join these things. So you have to make sure that before you go in or work with that organization, you want to verify if that organization is a legitimate company. You want to ask, if there are solutions that are in place, and you want to read the fine print, on who's going to be, sharing, or where are they going to be using the information that you just gave in. So phishing could really come into multiple forms, and even us, the best of us, we could actually still be tricked into it. So you want to be like what I said earlier. You want to be on your toes. You want to be educated with what are the ways people do phishing. Okay, so the organizations must really spend time to teach, educate, make sure that there's an awareness program, and even test their people if they're ready. So that's the best protection against this phishing. It's really education, awareness, and I always say training.
Correct.
Mhm.
Yeah. Agreed on that, Dennis. Anyone? Comment?
Alvin, I wanna add to that too. So first, Yeah, I'm just curious about the term meta fishing because it implies that there's the metaverse already out there. Just to clarify, we don't have that yet. It's still a concept that's ongoing. Now that said, there are services like what I mentioned, Second Life, Facebook Horizons, that may be a metaverse, right? But it's still basically isolated, where things akin to phishing could happen. But we have to recognize that phishing is as much a psychological attack as it is a technological one. So I encourage people to not only think of phishing as something that can be prevented by a technology. Yes, they exist, right? But like what Dennis said, it's mostly education that becomes our armor against things like this. Phishing in a metaverse won't take the form of a phishing email. It will be in the form of interactions from a stranger trying to get information from you, trying to gain your trust in an obtuse way. That's what we have to look at the attack as it is. So the best counter to that is not some magic tool. It's education. What I mentioned a while ago, we need something where we have the equivalent of our parents telling us, saying, in this application, don't just speak to strangers. Again, in Second Life, there were sexual harassment problems, right? So that's what we need to do. Yeah.
All right. So I guess I guess that's it. So before we end this panel discussion, one last word for you guys, insofar as for the world entering into the metaverse ecosystem. So, anyone? Mr. Hans, one last word?
I think at this point, we don't know what we don't know about the metaverse. There are so many different players who want to make this a success, right? They want this to be the next evolution of the way that we interact in a digital way. And there's so much investment that's being made, and the momentum is starting to pick up now that, you can almost see an oasis, a utopia in the future, but you can also see a bit of a train wreck in the future too, right? So I think we're all going to experience that, and we're all going to be a part of the journey, and we're either going to help shape it into that utopia, or we're going to be a part of its demise, right? So it's an exciting time to be here and a part of this, because we're all a part of it, and so it's rather interesting.
Yeah, so true. So true. Mr. Dennis?
So again, the metaverse is something that we really believe that is coming, or I would say it's already here, and technology is already prepared. It's just that us, the humans, are we really prepared, and how quickly can we adapt to it? When we started the internet, we were like, it's very fancy, back in the early 90s maybe, but we felt like we won't need that. We have our newspapers to get our news. We have our rotary analog phones to communicate, and said, who needs the internet? But now we rely on it. So I'm looking at the metaverse as something that we may be, using, very possibly in the future, like it's part of our lives, like it's an extension of our bodies. So what we should really do, is more than just have the courage, is again, make sure we prepare ourselves. It's like when you're going to war, you're going to a location that you're probably not so familiar with, but preparation is key. So before it comes, if you're going to be an organization, you're going to be implementing this, you're going to be a user, then study it. Again, me and Paul probably preach education a lot because we're educators, but honestly, we're humans too, and we could be victims too.
Correct.
So, prepare for it.
Okay, Mr. Paul, last word.
Yeah, well, um, I guess a part of me that is thinking that it's a bit of a long way off because for that because right if you think about metaverse, that originally came from a novel or a movie, Snow Crash, where you had people wearing these goggles
Yeah.
entering this virtual world. So
Yeah.
imagining the Earth like that, a part of me saying that that's still a long way off. But then again, a part of me is saying that that's what we initially thought about cell phones, right? Now everyone has a cell phone. Um, so from an IT security practitioner's perspective, it's still something we have to prepare for. I think education is really the biggest tool. I mean, there's a lot of confusion going on with technology. Things like NFTs, for example, things like blockchain, a lot of people are using that without and getting hyped about it without really knowing what they're getting into. I mean, NFTs are basically just glorified receipts, right? But people are eating it up. So that's gonna drive or accelerate this direction towards the metaverse. But like what Hans mentioned, we don't know the exact form it's gonna take shape. It's just a concept right now. But regardless, for an IT security practitioner, this means a lot of complexity coming no matter what. I described a while ago additional elements in that technology stack, right? So it's just going to expand the attack surface a bit more. So yeah, well, I guess security practitioners have a lot of
Yeah.
on their hands, work on their hands.
Okay, thank you very much. So there you have it. Once again, thank you very much, Mr. Dennis, Mr. Hans, and Mr. Paul, for the wonderful insights that you have shared to our attendees, and at the same time for sharing your expertise in this Metaverse I Am Secure 2022. So thank you very much. So back to you, Angela.
All right. Thank you for that insightful discussion. And thank you as well for answering questions from our attendees. And I'm sure we've learned so much from the first batch of our amazing panelists this morning. And now, as if those learnings are not enough, ISOG wants to be generous. No, they want to give you more by giving away exciting raffle prizes to active participants who asked and placed feedbacks in our chat box early on. All right, here's our second batch of raffle winners. Let's roll so we can see the winners for today. There you have it. All right. This next winner Okay, so we have Maria Antonia Bacabak from Philippine Veterans Bank. All right, congratulations, Maria Antonia Bacabak from Philippine Veterans Bank. You just won one Beijus USB 2.0 and USB 3.0 hub adapter. All right. Okay, congratulations again. And now, for our second winner, okay, the prize is one Viger GK20 gaming keyboard, and we will see who's the next winner for this part of our raffle. Just to remind everyone, those who are anonymous attendees are automatically disqualified in our raffle. So make sure you registered with your complete name so you can join our exciting raffle. As you can see, we have winners already. All right, our next lucky winner, congratulations, Ross Worley Brian Gagate. I hope I pronounced that right. Ross, congratulations. He's from Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas. You just won one Viger GK20 gaming keyboard today. So congratulations. As I've mentioned earlier, to join, just simply ask questions or key in some feedbacks to our chat box. So you can also have the chance of winning our amazing prizes. All right, so we are now moving on to third winner for this part of our raffle. So let's roll our ikot ang ruleta, as they say. Just to update you guys, we have 330 attendees and counting attend to this webinar, and welcome to those who just joined in, and of course hello again to those who are with us since we opened this forum. And now our third winner for this part of our raffle draw, Selena Aldefola of St. Luke's Medical Center. Congratulations, you just won one home Xenia digital safe and lock. All right, congratulations. Last but not the least, we have one more raffle prize here. Logitech G300S optical gaming mouse. Yan. That's what we're giving away at this time. So we're now waiting for our last but not the least winner for this part of our raffle draw. All right, congratulations, Marlon Umali of SBC. Again, Marlon Umali, SBC, you just won one Logitech G300S optical gaming mouse. Congratulations to all our lucky winners, second batch, no? 4 lucky winners for this batch of raffle draw. Congratulations. Thank you so much for actively participating in our panel discussion. And before we start our next set of presenters, let's have a 5-minute break for some stretching, bio break, or whatever you want to do. But make sure to come back after 5 minutes, okay?
We all live in a connected world where information travels faster than we can even imagine. Around the globe, Westcon Comstore enables our partners to harness the evolution of technology. By strategically focusing on these 7 foundational areas, we're revolutionizing the way our partners do business. Our cloud practice empowers partners to transform their businesses through private, hybrid, and public cloud infrastructures. Our global deployment practice helps partners expand their global reach seamlessly through a single point of contact. Our services practice enables partners to grow their businesses through greater strategic insight and richer margin opportunities. Our security practice arms partners so they can safeguard their customers' information and reputations while unlocking opportunities for their business growth. Our unified communications and collaboration practice connects resellers to the products, knowledge, and expertise needed to create seamless interactions anytime, anywhere. Our networking practice enables resellers to accelerate global connectivity through the fully integrated networks and support infrastructures their customers demand. Our data center practice unleashes our partners' abilities to advance information management for their customers. No matter where our partners are in the technology landscape, Westcon Comstore is there to expand their horizons. Westcon Comstore, delivering results together.
Making informed decisions is the key to facing any challenge. Count on us to give you balanced, fearless, News and information. Anytime. Anywhere. Always.
Welcome back to Metaverse I Am Secure Forum 2022. I am Angela Lagunsad, your host for today's webinar. Again, we have 333 attendees and counting, and we also have amazing set of guests, speakers, and panelists. Now, moving forward, let's continue with our Metaverse topics. Our next speaker will focus on our cyber hygiene. He is a passionate applied security technologist and strategist who believes that everyone can get better and safer from innovation and better use of technology. He is currently the Director of Sales Engineering, APAC, Middle East, and Africa for Checkmarx. His work includes mentoring and leading groups of professional security consultants in providing security implementation and consultancy services. His specialties include cloud, network system security solutions, firewall, IPS, IDS, SIEM, DLP, and security operations, application security, and DevSecOps. He is the current Director of Sales Engineering of APAC, Middle East, and Africa for Checkmarx, as mentioned earlier. And today he will discuss a very interesting topic, as the majority of code in modern applications is made up of open source components. This allows devs to focus on value generating features and not on scaffolding and foundations. The challenge is that open source is not free. This talk will provide guidance for responsible use and governance of open source software. How careful are you in your component selection? Do you keep track of what you're using? Have you provided for regular maintenance? So here we present what stinks, how developer hygiene impacts security. Now let me present to you, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Lai Hee Tan.
In a world creating a million lines of code every day, how does security keep up? Tough question, easy answer. AppSec and dev teams working together. But how? To counter solution sprawl, scattered results, and an increasingly fractured dev landscape, your teams need a new generation of application security from Checkmarx. We enable secure software development across organizations, giving your teams the visibility they need with accurate, actionable intelligence to code boldly and securely. We've made the fundamental shift from point product to platform. One-click functionality to correlate all your security scans together without friction. Join us as we make securing the world's code easier with the Checkmarx Application Security Platform, built for the cloud development generation.
Good evening, everyone. It's great to meet you all online. The world has changed a lot in the past decades. From the rise of mobile devices such as smartphones, tablets, to cloud computing, which is on-demand availabilities of computer systems resources. We see smart leisure, blockchain, and the recent multiverse, which is the ultimate iteration of Internet as a single universal immersive virtual worlds facilitated by the use of virtual reality and augmented reality headsets. Distilling down all these and behind all these innovations are codes, which is why we say the world is run on codes. And fundamentally, these codes carry security risks, and each of these risks require to be tested and secure. Hi, I'm Lai Tan. I run the security, the sales engineering for Checkmark in APAC, Middle East, and Africa. Today, we will discuss about modern application developments, among which is software, supply chain security, the challenge of it, and we also take a look at a typical supply chain security attack. And finally, we will take a look at a potential solutions to be done by software composite analysis, or SCA. What is modern application developments, or MAC? It is a new approach where we try the attempts to create and increase values through the software produced, application developed. It holds the keys to potential modernizations and software-based digital transformations. This is done through the use of cloud-native architectures, loosely microservices, database, service module, and so on. Due to these abstractions, application can be developed, assembled, or deassembled rapidly, and because the way that on demands of the underlying resource made available from clouds, innovations or application develops can be done in near real times and rapidly, and hence enormous or tremendous value can be abstracted from this process. As you can see, the building blocks of Macs has changed from the traditional approach in one big monolithic applications to so-called Lego-like cloud native approach, where things can be moved in and out, disassembled, assembled, and so on, package it rapidly. Of course, this new advantage or new benefit come with new security risks. This is just one of the few risks that it carries, from container risks to infrastructure as code risks, API, open source, microservices, and so on and so forth. And we will see a lot more as this new development approach mature. This approach require a new way of applications testing. As you can see, each of the modules require to be focused differently. At the same time, it need to be the result of each of the testings need to be assembled or correlated in a single plane of glass. Just to share, we are part of the products of this new approach, where we change our current best-in-breed engines. You can see in the middle, from application securities to static code analysis to open source and so forth to just-in-time training. All these are done in the engine levels, modularize it, assembled so that they can be run on different cloud environments, and correlated using a single layers or engines, and interface to the humans using a unified dashboards and reporting modules. Not only that, we also answer to many developers' requests, which is one-click scanning, where different parts of the codes can be then put into a single platform with a single click and tested with the results aggregated into a single pane of glass. At the same time, externally, with the shift left efforts, this platform running on all different clouds are able to be integrated to the developers' IDE desktops, connect to the CI/CD platform, the pipelines from the SCM, and done all the security checks based on the processes required. And everything is integrated to the ticketing systems. Today, we will focus on one of the challenge faced by our engines, where we try to address, namely supply chain securities. If you take a step back, we know that among all these new approach, gone are the day where a single developer develops or a group of developers develop everything on their own. We have approach, we have accepted a collaborative community over communities where application developments are based on libraries of open source, and these libraries are connected to others developers contributions, and those are connected to others, and so on and so forth, and you can see the change forming. With these highly collaborative ecosystems, things can definitely do a lot more faster with less effort. At the same time, attackers are taking advantage of these new collaborative environments. And if you look back, this chain of trust has they draw similarities or parallels from the way that our physical world look like, right? Where suppliers of different sorts and parts and components are assembled and then shipped to the required customers. And we can see that the software change, supply chains has its own source dependencies when engineers build and then deploy as needed. Among all, there is to deal with this supply chain securities, a group of cross-organization vendors has come together to form a security framework which has a checklist of standards control that prevent tampering and improve hopefully improving integrities and securing the packages and underlying projects. And as you can see, you can check it out. This is the SALSA, which is stand for Supply Chain Level for Software Artifacts, and it draw out many different threads in different elements which you can leverage on and use. CISO can take a look at how the whole supply chain can be done in terms of control and risk management. And if you need to go further in terms of baseline standards, you can take a look at Executive Order 14028 for suggestions to improve supply chain security and establish some baselines of standards. Now let's switch gear to see how a typical attack on using supply chains. Covering the TTP, okay, so what happened was that in October, a little bit of last year, cyber securities and infrastructure security agencies in US had discovered that a popular MPN package has contained malware, specifically crypto miner that can be downloaded as part of the implementations. In a way, you get infected without you even clicking on anything. Upon investigation, they also found out that there are other common modules, which is the command option argument or COA, and the configuration package modules was being infected as well. The tactics involved was after the incidents was that the contributing developers to this package, his account was being compromised, and then the malware, the specific lines that we saw just now, the lines of code was injected into the package, and this was being marked under maintenance in a code UNC 3379. You can look it up in the internet to find out more details. What daunting was that while this is being worked on, the speed of the POC package was being published, the numbers of weekly develops, the downloads of these 3 packages amount to close to 30 million weekly, which means there are about 30 million applications out there got infected in one way or another without you even knowing it. What interesting from this incident was that not only one single version was being injected with malware. As you can see here, there is the major versions and the minor versions was infected as well, which contribute to millions of downloads in one way or another. You can patch it up, upgrade or downgrades of the specific version. People still get hit without you even knowing what hit you, right? You already have yourself infected. Gone are the day where the antiviruses you can use where you accept stuff through a virus infection. This was done way before you even download a virus. As we can see, looking at these incidents, after analyzing the backgrounds and so on and so forth, we found that actually software composition or SCA or software compositions analysis can be part of the solutions. Of course, developer hygienes, incident response, process procedures, proper software bill of material that has to be mounted, had to be done properly as part of the security control and measure. But the simplest way is the SCA on these solutions. Why? Because if you look at how SCAs are involved, we start out with open source analysis. We have software composite where we deal with all the different understanding of software involved. Then we start to have exploitable path map up. You remember the change of relationships that we talk about. Then we talk about secure containers, scanning, and so forth. And now we talk about, then logically, the next step will be look into supply chain securities in terms of SCA. In Checkmark, we took a step further, and we acquire a new startup called Dastico last year, where Dastico we not only look at our current software bill of materials. Dastico provide us a new way of handling supply chain attack, where dependencies are being researched on to avoid dependency confusion that we talked about earlier, where you have different dependencies, you have multiple software packages are being affected, right? You have contributing developers reputation investigations and recommendations. You have both statics and dynamics analysis, or we call it detonation chambers, that deal with the behavior analysis and the continuous processing using machine learning, so that we have continuously monitoring the landscapes as the threat evolve. And all these are being summed out as a single pane of glass to accurately pinpoint the different open source library detections. And with the new vulnerabilities being alert without having to rescan the packages, and leverage on other threat intel database, and all being assembled in the single pane of glass or dashboards. From an incident point of view, trial results are vital for those who have done incident response before, where results and recommendations can be done correlated properly on the dashboard itself, so that focus can be done and prioritized for remediations based on the exploitable path and recommendation from the systems. All in all, Checkmarks has done what we can to evolve the next generation SCA so that it can include supply chain securities. But at the same time, the industry is evolving, and this is the standard that the overall industry is heading. Hence, if you have any requirements to need to understand supply chain risk, please talk to the vendors. You can talk to us as well, and hopefully with the sharing of the last 20 over minutes, it can help to shed some light on the new threats and the new evolvements or application developments. And feel free to go to our websites to learn more and get about our new SCA service and products. Thank you.
Great presentation. Thank you so much, Mr. Tan. And now let me introduce to you our next speaker. His business and technology strategy driven practice focuses on developing company wide strategies that exploit disruptive technologies, as well as advising clients on how to strategically rationalize their IT operating models, architectures, and governance. He is a specialist leading a value based approach, identifying the right technology strategies for clients. His extensive knowledge of the evolving digital landscape, disruptive technologies, and trends in technology strategy gives him the ability to lead high performance teams to address priority C suite issues with precision and speed. His past experience enabled him to have a strong understanding of industry operations, dynamics, and trends through experience in one or more of the following industries: financial services, telecoms, media, technology, life sciences, retail, and even consumer packaged goods. Currently, he is F5's regional distributed cloud specialist for the ASEAN region. And today, he will talk about virtualization with monolithic applications running as VMs in private and public cloud. In the metaverse, applications can be deployed in any environment: private cloud, public cloud, and edge sites. And these applications can be accessed by anyone and anywhere. It's a great innovation as well, but it also introduces operational complexity and requires high-grade security that can create boundary and limit in deploying your applications. Distributed applications and data, which we'll call a distributed cloud, can take advantage of any compute, network, and storage that exists to offer the applications and services you need, and will allow organizations to deploy and secure applications anywhere. Let's hear it from Mr. Srinivas Rao on how distributed cloud will remove boundaries.
In a world that runs on apps, application security is business security. And as application architectures modernize, cloud adoption grows, and workloads expand to the edge, your application attack surface increases exponentially. Traditional WAF and DDoS solutions just aren't sufficient to protect your complex mix of apps and APIs from an increasing number of threats and evolving attack types. You need added protection against automated attacks, bots, and API-specific threats with real-time defense and machine learning-powered analysis, because signature-based approaches are no longer enough. You need security that protects your business without slowing it down. Say hello to F5's distributed cloud web application and API protection solution. Comprehensive SaaS-based security for all your web and mobile applications, no matter where they're deployed. You'll get integrated protection from F5's industry-leading WAF that combines signature and behavioral-based protections, anti-bot and fraud engine to help determine in real time if app requests are legitimate or not, DDoS mitigation delivering protections against attacks at layers 3 through 7, and advanced API discovery and control capabilities that can enforce a positive security model. Simplified policy enforcement across distributed environments makes it simple to maintain governance and compliance. You can scale in minutes to meet application growth and get rid of security bottlenecks by seamlessly inserting the service into your DevOps toolchain. There's no hardware or software to manage. Plus, you'll always know what's going on with end-to-end observability, supported by an easy-to-use API to streamline or automate deployment, management, and integrations. And it's backed by F5 Labs threat intelligence, so you'll sleep better at night knowing that your apps and APIs will always be protected against the latest, most sophisticated attacks. In a complex world, you don't have time to stay ahead of every security risk. Simplify your path to effective security and peace of mind with F5 Distributed Cloud Web Application and API Protection.
Good morning, everyone. Good day to everyone. My name is Srinivas Rao. I'm the Distributed Cloud Specialist managing the today, and it's great to have this conversation with you all. White, why are you listening to me? This is for the first thing that I would like to address, and this is normally the kind of notion that viewers have. Why should I even listen to this person? Who is he? What has he done that I have to listen to him? Right. So my work has been about helping customers identify their IT needs, which can meet their business demands, build a robust blueprint, and help customers chalk out a roadmap with futuristic, game-changing technologies. I've held different positions in different companies. I've worked for VMware for 8+ years. I've worked for a customer, the top bank in ASEAN region, Maybank, for 4.5 years, managing their infra cloud team, building SDDC portfolio architecture around it, and handling operations for them. I've also been part of a local cloud company in Malaysia, where I was the chief strategy officer for them for a year plus before joining F5. And this is where I am. And today, we're going to speak in this webinar where we're focusing on Metaverse and its importance and impact, really. Now, in my personal opinion, Metaverse is a very micro level subject. The analogy that I normally would draw to this would be, it's kind of the most precious, safeguarded, service that you have kept, or an item that you've kept locked inside the house in the most, secret hidden space. That is what Metaverse is all about. It's that microservice, protection of things. However, to get to that locker, we should not forget how many layers of security that a person needs to pass before they get to that locker, get a hand on that locker. So security itself is a subject like that, right? It's about protecting against threats at all different layers of communication, and also who gets access and who doesn't get access. And today, we're going to speak a little bit more about these components and layers, which leads up to this service, which is the most confidential in nature to be kept safe. Right. So before we head into our conversation on today's topic, which is about distributed cloud, removing boundaries in the metaverse, let us speak about why distributed cloud and what is really distributed cloud and what does it constitute of. There's a very emerging space in the cloud adoption journey for a customer. Not many customers would really look at this, immediately unless they see the problem areas that it addresses. But from F5's viewpoint, it is important to for our customers to know, or for the market to understand, why distributed cloud. Why are we bringing up with this solution? Where does F5 play a role for the business, for their applications, for their IT infrastructure, and the operations teams in being able to deliver their core jobs and functionalities, right? So let's go ahead and dive into that right away. Now, the first thing that we want to address is really what has happened in the past. Now, if you look at the left side of this content, you would understand it's all monolithic apps, right? That we are talking about. This is something that we used to, web app DB, 3-tier applications. We know all of this. And, a lot of y'all might be on the journey of cloud providing, right? Cloud adoption, where you all are either on AWS or Azure, or probably you're on-prem itself and things like that. And there is also, a lot of communication that happens to one kind of communication mode, right? So the past decade has seen massive move towards virtualization with monolithic applications running as VMs. That is normal. Today we do use it private or in a public cloud. So what we do see is the next decade will be marked by newer application architectures that not only includes monolithic apps, but also distributed application architecture led by containerization or serverless infrastructure. This movement has significant impact on how apps are architected, networked, and secured, right? So 2010 to 2020 has been about migrating from a centralized data center to hybrid clouds, with the public cloud adoption being more prevalent with providers like AWS, Azure, and GCP. The reason was for this change was all about operational simplification, right, and reduced time to market. Now, let's fast forward 2020 plus, 2021, and how the trend of digital transformation is catching up, driven by the adoption of this cloud concept. There were multi-cloud provider adoptions too, and this multi-cloud provider adoption was due to reasons of performance or risk reduction or acquisitions and so many other things. In addition, there's a new emerging trend that we have seen of running applications on the edge itself, right? So traditionally, when you look at it, how the security policies and the connectivities was managed at the network level. There was a growing adoption of micro-segmentation where policies were written and enforced at the network level. All of this will no longer work with microservices and serverless architecture. All the traffic between the apps is either REST APIs, right, that are multiplexed on the same network port. And as a result, the network level security and connectivity is not very useful anymore. So to summarize, there are several technical and architectural trends, of course, driven by business needs around the types of application, their locality, and the means of how they are delivered, accessed as they converge together. It is creating major challenges for traditional networking, security, app services infrastructures, and so on and so forth. So what is distributed cloud really, right? What are we talking about when we say distributed cloud? For us, when you look at the trend of this multi-cloud adoption, actually even you all might realize very soon that your applications are distributed and the data is distributed. And that's what we call as a distributed cloud, when the applications are distributed across multiple cloud environments or multiple locations. In this kind of a distributed environment, you take the advantage of having compute, network, or storage, which can be offered to your applications and services you need from different locations. Now, obviously, we'll go into distributed cloud in much deeper detail in a moment. But what's the biggest question is, what's changed that requires a distributed cloud? What is this distributed cloud? Why do we need it? Wouldn't this make the operational challenges much more worse than the multi-cloud is already? Again, make no mistake, the thoughts are not wrong. The thought is right about it might make the operational challenges much more worse. But we believe the distributed architecture, cloud architecture, is required to address the demand of the modern apps. Now, let's understand what is the problem with today's world. Without understanding the problem, obviously, you wouldn't be able to understand why we are proposing a solution to it. So let's understand, right? So why today's infrastructure is obsolete, to support modern apps. One is multiple components, software and services that are disparate and are not connected and don't work together well. Varying operations teams and models. Teams are siloed, working with or on their own, right, with a specific mandate or scope of work. Then there are various configs and intents, different systems with different code bases, interfaces, hard to maintain unified policies, controls also disparate across softwares and systems, siloed monitoring and visibility, very, very important, really impossible to get that end-to-end layer visibility across users, performance, and security. When it comes to distributed apps, right, where the need to process data across, multiple different locations, the traditional networking and security tools are normally not sustainable, right? The result of all these trends and the changing models is that organizations struggle to deliver at scale and secure their applications, and potentially leading to a diminished business success, and also damage the customer relationships. So you start to quickly see why delivering and securing extraordinary user experience has become infinitely more complex. Now, this is where companies are at an inflection point where all of this is no longer sustainable. This fragmented approach to application security and delivery is fundamentally flawed, right? And it is all manifested as an operational complexity caused by inconsistency of technologies across environments, by creating unsustainable technical and operational debt, then manually stitching together is no more fast and scalable, and it leaves you vulnerable. So examples are DevOps teams are forced to hard code the automation, and without visibility across these environments, when something goes wrong, you find out about it via an angry customer on social media, and the mean time to resolve all of these can be days or weeks, resulting in a lot of loss of business, right? The attack surface and has increased. The sophistication of attacks have increased, right? Over a period of time, there's so much of different kinds of attacks, irrespective of where the workload runs, whether it be on the cloud or or on-prem, right? And also targeted attacks against specific systems, exploits against specific things have increased, right? And the rich telemetry is trapped in silos. This visibility is still individual. If you look at all your services running on different locations, all of the visibility is still siloed, right? Since the systems are so disjointed, the policy management and visibility systems are very different. And it is even harder to do policy and observability across these systems sitting on different locations. Now, this is a big struggle, right? The other issues is that given the nature of how these systems are deployed and managed, it leads to operational silos too. It's just not about deployment and delivery. It's also about how operations are being, facing the challenges doing shared services. Each cluster, of an application or each particular service requires their own SecOps teams and they have to share policy rules. And this becomes hard to deliver without, more automation, tooling, and processing across multiple different clouds where all these services run. Now, we understand these are the technical challenges, right? Obviously, now, as much as we hear these are the challenges, there's something that actually comes out and delivers a solution to it. And this combination of all the problems delivers a new solution for delivering adaptive applications. Right? What does this do? This actually reduces operational complexity, making it easier to deploy at scale and maintaining critical app network components and services. Better end user performance, faster and improved time to value, less effort, less wasted time, and resources also. Right? Now, this is where F5's distributed cloud can deliver certain outcomes. One, it delivers consolidated services at a lower TCO and reduced complexity and simplified, consistent operations management with consistent tooling from on-premise to the cloud and to the edge, right? And it's a SaaS-based operations offering, which gives greater agility and scale. Hence, giving lower operational expenses and greater scale and reduced time to market, right? Policy and observability is another outcome that we deliver through our F5 distributed cloud, which is more centralized and unified, which is capturing network, app, and user telemetry across deployments and bringing them together in a more understandable way to see and have a visibility of what your applications are doing, what the users of your applications are doing. And it also provides a multi-tenancy platform, and security. The most robust multi-layered security services, L3 to L7 coverage, including access controls across all these multiple environments. Now, this is what F5's distributed cloud really comes up as outcomes. Great. Now we understand there's a shift from older applications or monolithic applications to a single cloud providing to a multi-cloud providing, and now there's a distributed cloud which is trying to solve certain challenges, and it's coming up with proposition values of how it can solve and what is the outcomes based on that. Now, this is where we need to understand what is the real use case of a distributed cloud service? Why should I bring that in? Why should I really invest in distributed cloud? What is the need for it? Now, the main important considerations are a use case. Typical use cases are multi-cloud networking. So if you have resources running across multiple different clouds, they have their own network connectivities between the services. Now, how do you bring all of these on a consistent network connection? Right? And then web app and API security. We all know how much of security, of important security holds, especially in our web app players when it comes to WAF and DDoS protections. And also about application delivery, right? How do you bring consistent policies and automation into delivering your applications out faster to the market, right? And irrespective of locations, whether it's on-prem or to the cloud or to the edge, right? And then, of course, there's a bot defense. There's so many automated bots and non-human interactions that happen and frauds that happen across the systems. How do you detect and respond against it? Now, this is where I think the typical use cases are for us, right? Now, Having said that, how do we deliver all of these capabilities, against a multi-cloud? Now, you might wonder, hey, come on, multi-cloud also, every cloud provider has their own DDoS protection, has their own, a WAF solution. Well, all of it is there. So what is so different? So in distributed cloud, what we do is we give a particular console, which is a unified console. It's a SaaS-based centralized controller that manages the lifecycle of all the service components and provides a common point for all applications and services, including analytics-driven defense mechanisms, right? Now, how do we do this now? If you look at the screen itself, you would understand that we layer this into multiple different things. One, we call it the distributed networking and security services, which covers the networking aspect and the web app security aspect, including bot defense. And then is the application development and delivery itself. So we are not saying it's just about protecting what is already deployed. How can we ensure that there is a consistent policy and network connection and security policies, even in the delivery mechanism or the development of the app itself? And how do we do that in a central place? And that's what we deliver through distributed cloud. Now, how do we do this distributed cloud architecture? Right now, we ideally use two important components called the distributed cloud mesh, and we call it the distributed cloud app stack. Now, if you look at it very carefully, this is self-explanatory, but just to go a little more understandable into this thing, the distributed cloud mesh is where it is the routing and services engine. It's a data plane which runs anywhere and enables network switching and other services, including comprehensive app security. Okay, and the other part is the distributed cloud app stack. Now, this is where the platform service for distributed Kubernetes clusters. So if you want to develop an application using Kubernetes, this is the app stack a solution that goes along. Now, what does this deliver? It delivers a full app delivery stack and services, end-to-end traceability and observability, full data path programmability, portable between the edge, the private clouds, and the public clouds with a global service mesh, which we'll come to again. Distributed control plane, for the delivery of Kubernetes-based, infrastructure, infrastructure as code, secrets management, providing controls for app to app, and then GitOps for fleets between edge, private, and the public clouds. Now, this is how we do a distributed node architecture. Now, how do we bring all of this together? Now, if you look at this particular slide, you would understand that, we are speaking about your, you might be running applications in your headquarters, your private cloud, your own on-prem, or in edge deployments, you want to deploy applications, or on your public cloud, right? So F5 Distributed Cloud allows you to manage all of your sites as a logical cloud. Now, this is all connected through F5's own global network backbone, right? So the whole idea is to give a portable platform that spans across multiple sites and clouds, as you can see, and a private backbone that connects all of these sites. Connecting those sites is done through the nodes that we spoke about, the cloud mesh and the cloud app stack. Nodes can be, again, virtual. It can be hardware within your own data centers. It can be different edge sites, or it could be even cloud instances. You can create an EC2 instance on Amazon and do that there too. And also, the nodes provide the infrastructure platform to deliver container-based application, including network and security services. And all of these things are interconnected and managed and operated through that single distributed cloud SaaS-based console. That is the most important part of how we deliver this. And like I told, this whole thing is about the F5's global private network backbone. Now, we run this through the tier 1 carriers. It's a 12 plus Tbps capacity, multi-Tbps private backbone. We have dedicated connectivity to certain providers too, right? So this is how our global private network is, with multiple POPs in Singapore, in Sydney, Melbourne, and there's one new coming up in India too. So, and in Hong Kong. So if you have anything that's running across and your business runs across all of these, or anywhere in the part of the world, there are different POPs that can help you to connect all of these delivery mechanisms or protect your applications against attacks and everything, right? So what are we trying to solve, or where is the value that we add when it comes to providing this kind of unified management and security policy driven, which is consistent across network and security, right? One thing that we do is we reduce operational complexity and improve visibility, which helps to simplify the network plus security stack. It also provides multi-tenancy with a self-servicing capability, which improves productivity and collaborations between the DevOps, the SecOps, and the NetOps. Centralized observability, which is very important and a key aspect to any CISO today. You go and speak to them, they speak about observability and visibility. Access, which this particular access is there across your environments, doesn't matter where it is. And also helps to improve time to services, right? Consolidated service with common API and networking plus security capabilities, improve developer experience, end user experience is enhanced, and that's how we do it. Now, where is the strength of this? We normally, when we speak about distributed cloud, one of the first aspects that we speak about is really on the web app and API protection. I'm going to go a little more deeper into that in a while, but these are a couple of instances that we have worked with certain customers. SoftBank being one, where we helped solve their critical operational challenges and increase their productivity and efficiency, and in turn revenue streams. We also worked with Cdiscount, which is a French e-commerce, to maximize the security as well as the user experience. These are just a couple of statements from those organizations that we worked with, putting a distributed cloud and helping them to improve the productivity, security, and the user experience. Now, what we're going to speak a little more detail is about the API protection, the web app, what we call as WAP. Again, this is not what we call, it's actually a Gartner coined term. And it's a space where Gartner has spoken about this particular space, which is called web app and API protection. Now, why web app and API protection? The world is changing. Since the pandemic, we've all experienced the rise in that digital experiences, right? Applications remain at the core of every experience, with new applications being developed to align with business objectives and increased resilience, increased dependencies on developers to move faster and reduce time to the market, right? Now, the previous generation of web apps were mostly front end, web front ends with heavy video and image content and rendering and personalization and all of that. However, all of this is changing dramatically with the growth of complex desktop, mobile, and IoT apps that are served with very large number of backend services running in the cloud and or integrated with third-party SaaS providers. So we are observing this trend across multiple industries. Now, what does this mean? Well, what is the real challenge here? Now, this is where it brings in a lot of complexity, right? The consequence of these evolving applications brings in a risk as well. This, in trying to deliver the experience of the digital experience of providing modernized apps with digital experience and all of that is exploring the complexity of applications. Right, there is a growing expectation and need for uptime, reliability, as organizations keep up with the end user application demands. Right now, second is in order to keep the organizations often, in order to keep up, the organizations often find themselves expanding into new environments. So they start pushing workloads into different spaces. Applications are no longer constrained to a single provider. Right, so there are different clouds that we do, or partner environments, or large footprints that we start looking into to ensure that we are able to deliver. Right now, and in the process, we need to protect these applications regardless of where they are deployed, and that becomes a very ineffective, or is becoming a challenge, right? And that is where you also start seeing multiple WAFs with different providers that are being there. Now, this has led to a significant increase in attacks, because all the applications are growing, and and they're all mission critical to all businesses. And failure to modernize your app security approach with all of that is evolving with your application results in increased risk as attackers exploit vulnerabilities in these exposed environments. Right now, so what else is changing? The lack of end-to-end visibility. The more we speak about it, it's still less, right? What we have is siloed views of everything. How do we bring all of these visibility together so that our NetOps and SecOps team will utilize one set of tools to monitor all application issues for specific environments? How do we do that? And then comes the security enforcement itself, right? With all of these running across multiple different places, how do we ensure that a unified security is driven across all of these applications? And this becomes another challenge that we are trying to solve. Now, this is where we speak about a SaaS-based, a SaaS delivered application security. Now, when we speak about this, you might notice on the screen where we are speaking about where we are not just speaking about applications which are mission critical to the business and they're composed of multiple APIs and how do we protect that silo. But what we are speaking about is a singular view. You need protection against all of these non-human interactions and an automated way of detecting frauds, including API security. There are multiple APIs, multiple calls that your merchants make to these environments. How do you solution that can easily scale and deploy anywhere? So it's not just about protecting where it is there, but also about how do you scale that and protect that automatically once they're scaled, right? You need a secure, cost-effective, and efficient tool to manage and route ballooning request traffic, right? Even the APIs, there's a lot of congestion that comes in when there's a lot of API transactions or communications that happen. You need security that simplifies management and application of security policies, increasing the velocity to deploy secure apps. And then you obviously need advanced monitoring and visualization across a growing and more disparate app ecosystem than ever before. The critical nature of these SaaS apps and IoT apps is increasing the need for the gained metrics, the granular metrics and advanced visualization for monitoring and external integrations with various logging, alerting, notifications, and SIEM tools, right? Now, to address all of these is where we come up with, F5 has come up with what is called the distributed cloud WAP, right? This integrates with the best of F5 technologies from Big IP Advanced WAF engine to the legacy Shape and the Volterra and a best-in-class offering of a unified SaaS platform, right? Now, what do we do with these? Ideally, the F5's distributed cloud WAP provides an as a service, holistic approach to app security that protects each surface that an application exposes, namely WAF, bot, and fraud mitigation, volumetric DDoS, and application-based DOS mitigation, and API protection. It also combines multi-cloud networking, making the offering truly unique in the marketplace, right? At the core, what we have is web application firewall based on the respected awarded core of our Big IP engine, Advanced WAF. It's F5's One WAF, right? However, this is united with technologies from legacy Volterra, bringing to the table advanced machine learning, which is used to identify threats that are outside of those that a signature-based engine alone can find. Right. In addition, we have added threat campaigns, which allows threat intelligence gathered by F5 to be incorporated into the offering, which yields very low false positives and is highly accurate. Second, we have DDoS mitigation capabilities, delivering multi-layered protection against attacks intended to disrupt critical network resources, app performance, and app experiences across layers 3 to 7, including network level shielding from volumetric distributed DDoS and DOS signatures, service policies, including rate limiting, IP reputation, and advanced scrubbing with deep packet inspections, right? We also bring legacy Shape that brings in the best-in-class bot protection product to the mix. And then there's API security safeguards, APIs, with safeguards APIs from threat actors attempting to exploit them to facilitate a breach or services outage. F5's distributed WAP solution makes it easy for DevOps, NetOps, and SecOps to configure protection for applications, manage policies, and view security insights across any environment, regardless of where your applications are hosted. From a user experience perspective, persona-based views will make it easier for various teams to access key services and controls they need for their roles and applications they can support. right? Now, how do we bring this all together? This is where the streamlined approach of all of these layers come together. And there are multiple use cases when it comes to, the distributed cloud nature itself, right? So here we are speaking about how do we streamline security for apps across multiple multi-cloud or hybrid environments. We are speaking about eliminating bots and fraud and abuse, manage and secure the APIs that run across multiple places, and simplified security for developments, which are agile app developments. Now, so we did speak a lot about, a lot about earlier we spoke about end-to-end visibility, right? And security and agility becomes a challenge in a distributed app environment today. So with F5's distributed cloud WAP, NetApps and SecOps teams can utilize one set of tools to connect, secure, and monitor application issues across specific environments via the distributed cloud console, which is a centralized cloud control plane, which we spoke about earlier. So with F5's distributed cloud WAP, they can seamlessly deploy, manage, and enforce security policies across distributed workloads that SecOps, NetOps, and DevOps teams operate from, including across multiple clouds, any private, it could be any private cloud or data centers or branches or even edge locations, and even within F5's own distributed cloud global network, right? Now, what is the next step from here, right? There are few different deployment models. Our teams can help you to identify which are the deployment models that will help you out. But again, it really depends on the use cases. Where do you want your application to be delivered? Where are your applications running today? And those will define whether it should be a regional edge or a customer edge, or it should be a hybrid one, right? The next one is about a particular use case that we did for an online gaming company, right? The outcome objective was really about improving performance and reliability across multiple clouds, right? And as well as reducing the risk. Even though this initial one was really about the distributed cloud mesh, which is about load balancing capability and how do you connect between the clouds and add some API gateway functions and stuff, but eventually it quickly turned into a cloud stack, right, which is about trying to deploy applications to regional edges, and how do you ensure that you're able to get applications delivered with higher performance and simplified operations. And that's how this use case transformed, and eventually it became a much bigger use case than just about connecting between two different clouds, right? Now, what do we do differently? What is the key differentiator from us, right? There are three dimensions that we have differentiation over the other solutions in the market, with the unique ability to distribute services wherever the need is, right? One is security efficacy, which is using proven and industry-leading F5 app security technologies for WAF, bot defense, and also fraud detection and API security in one single SaaS delivered solution, which can be deployed anywhere, supported by a global private network from F5, purpose-built for a multi-cloud environment and microservices-based apps. And the common platform, the WAP, which is combined with multi-cloud networking, app delivery, API security, and bot defense, all of this in one common platform is the key differentiator for us. So that's what we do bring to the table. Now, you might be wondering, there's so much to digest within a very short time. There is distributed cloud, but what and how do we go about doing this? Please do not hesitate to reach out to us, to the FI team locally there, to be able for us to be able to understand what are your use cases, where is the problem points, what are you all trying to solve, how do we help you all with your cloud adoption? Because any cloud adoption, the first single step is really about network and security. If you're able to connect your networks across multiple clouds and you're able to secure them and provide unified network policies and security policies, then your cloud adoption becomes easier. Please do reach out to us and we'll be more than happy to have a conversation. Thank you so much for listening to me and appreciate it. See you all soon. Be safe. Thank you. Bye.
All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Srini Rao. We'll see you again in a bit for our panel discussion. And now, our last but never the least speaker is a seasoned IT security professional with at least 15 years of industry experience. He had worked in various sales and channels role across ASEAN and APAC. Hence, he understands the full process of working and inspiring channels, partners to deliver their best. Before joining Efficient IP as channels, his previous stint in the IT security industry includes Axway, Imperva, and Gigabot. In this session, he will discuss how the volume of sensitive customer and financial data in circulation has made the financial services sector an attractive target for attackers for many years. The COVID-19 pandemic has actually further enhanced this. Increased reliance on cloud services and the swift acceleration of connected devices have created a bigger attack surface for cyber criminals. The DNS, or as we know, domain name system, is an especially popular target for cyber criminals. DNS attacks in the financial sector continue to be the costliest among all industries. According to the 2021 DNS Threat Report, DNS attacks in financial services cost nearly $1.1 million per attack, while the average cost across all sectors is $950,000. Overall, an organization's goal must be to prevent attacks, of course, not simply mitigate them once they occur. Therefore, zero trust strategies are being adopted, with 78% of surveyed financial services institutions planning, implementing, or running zero trust to protect themselves against DNS threats better. With this, Mr. Donald Teo will discuss to us enhancing DNS security to ward off cyber attacks. Take it away, Mr. Donald.
A critical network service is silently running your business and allowing your employees to send emails, make VoIP calls, run cloud apps, and more. It's a mission-critical IT service called the Domain Name System, or DNS system. The DNS service is so vital today, it's become a prime target and entry point for hackers and data thieves. As a matter of fact, 77% of companies face DNS attacks and suffered irreparable damage and loss. In particular, loss of business, application downtime, data theft, and more. Unfortunately, traditional security solutions such as firewalls, IPS, or anti-DDoS systems are not adapted to protect DNS services against attacks, such as flooding the DNS server with a high number of requests, creating a low volume of specific DNS requests causing capacity exhaustion, or attacks exploiting bugs and flaws in DNS services or protocols. But there's an ironclad solution to protect your DNS services: the efficient IP 360-degree DNS security solution. 360-degree DNS security offers a new layer of in-depth defense to protect your public and private infrastructures against all attack types, from both external and internal threats. Efficient IP patented innovations ensure unmatched continuity of your vital DNS services, even during the most menacing and powerful attacks. The solution is fast to deploy, easy to maintain, and highly effective. Efficient IP. Secure your DNS. Secure your business.
Hello, good morning, everybody. My name is Donna. I believe I'm the last presenter for this session itself. So I will try to make it short and sweet so that I will not delay your lunch further after the panel session itself. Now, today we are talking about Metaverse, right? Metaverse is not the only thing itself, but Metaverse refers to what we define as virtual reality. And with all virtual reality, with all objects, you definitely require what we define as IP addresses. Now, how do we get IP addresses? IP addresses comes from DNS. When you do a lookup into the internet, that's where we assign IP addresses to your IoT devices, to your virtual reality goggles. And because in DNS, it's like your phone book, right? You will find all the telephones of all your houses, all your friends. And in the DNS space, in the DNS world, DNS will be the one that assign IP addresses to all your IoT devices itself. Now, the challenge with regards to DNS, and we did a survey last year together with IDC, is that 87% of organizations actually are subjected to DNS itself. And the cost and the average cost of a DNS attack is amounts to about 950K, and that is a truly a huge amount. And 76% of the organization that we have surveyed suffer at least application downtime, and that impact their businesses as well as their users. So 1 in 4 of the organization in the report that we have done suffer data theft, because one of the objectives which I will share and go through later with regards to DNS attacks is about stealing the data, stealing your crown jewel itself. And all is this, and it all resulted because of malware abuses that is embedded as part of your DNS services that is being offered, or you are hosting within your own premises itself. Now, as we search through the internet, right, with regards to DNS, what are the kind of DNS challenges that we face, that we see, what are kind of attacks that are available itself? So you will realize that there is a lot of denial of service, buffer overflow due to DNS, because you are not able to update your DNS vulnerability in time. You have web page vulnerability because due to cache poisoning, where you receive a link sent to you via a phishing scheme saying that, hey, this is to alert you that you have forgot your password. Please click on this link so that you can change your password. But at the end of the day, it's being routed to hackers' databases, where they will retrieve your password to gain access to your information. Then there are exploits within DNS servers, the OS that's being run DNS. Like for example, recently there's a 0-day bug that is encountered in the library that leads IoT devices vulnerable itself. So let's look at what are the key reasons why hackers are targeting the DNS. And DNS today not only acts as an attack target, but it also attacks as a threat vector itself. Malicious hackers, they know that DNS is very, very critical for business services. Business services organization, regardless of what business you run, what service you provide, you require DNS to provide a service to your customer itself. It is a very key role with regards to application traffic routing. It links you between your user and application. In order for your users to access the application, DNS become part and parcel of your daily life itself. Now, second reason with regards to DNS is, if you look into how it is being designed, it is open by design. You have customers using Microsoft DNS, you have customers using OpenDNS or other DNS that is available out there in the market today. So when DNS is open by design, it is subjected for hackers to exploit, to target, to create havoc within the organization. Now, this is something interesting, whereby DNS is not effectively protected by what we have today in our perimeter defense, be it the like of proxy, be it the likes of next-gen firewall. I will share with you in detail why we say it's not effectively protected. Now, you guys might be taken aback saying that, hey, does it mean that what I have implemented in my perimeter defense cannot protect DNS? What we are saying today is that security is about layer of defense itself. And what you have today may not be the appropriate tool, may not be the appropriate device to look into DNS attacks. So cyber criminals actually mix of DNS as a dual role in the entire key change, whether as a threat vector or as a target attack itself. Now let's take a step back into this key point, why DNS is not effectively protected by the traditional parameters tools that you have in your environment. So if you look at how DNS typically provides service, DNS service typically relies on 3 different functions: authoritative, cache, as well as recursive. So there are a few ways as a user where you can retrieve your IP address or how you access your application itself. Number one is that from your laptop today, you can do a query to your DNS servers. And if the cache inside your DNS have the domain or the IP address, it will returns the response back to your end user or to the client itself. Now, the other way is if the cache inside your DNS do not have the latest information, do not have the latest updates on domain itself, what will happen is that the cache will relay the request to what we call a recursive function within the DNS server. The recursive functions will basically identify the authoritative DNS servers for the requested domain, get the answers and relay it back to the cache. And the cache will be the one that will communicate the information back to the client itself. Now, why this fundamental knowledge of how DNS service is provided is very key, because what hackers or what cyber criminals realize is that the issue between the cache and recursive can create a gap, and that's where they will start to exploit, and that's where they will introduce several mechanisms to steal data or steal information itself. So if you look at traditionally how typical firewall, why we always say that the abnormal use of the cache cannot be detected by next-gen firewall itself. So imagine a hacker that is embedded inside your current laptop wanted to make a DNS request itself. So the DNS request will be sent to your DNS server. The DNS server's request may not be embedded in the cache. So what will happen is that the DNS resolver will send a query to the recursive function. Remember in the previous slide, I mentioned about the purpose of the recursive, whereby you need to attempt to retrieve information from an authoritative server itself. This recursive function will go through the firewall that you have inside your company or in your data center itself. So through the firewall, you will send information to the authoritative servers. But because the firewall basically sometimes they only looks at the domain, they do not look at the client itself, hence that present a gap where the hackers would be able to steal the data, because the malware that is embedded inside your client would be able to bypass your firewall if your firewall only looks at the domain but do not look at what we define as the DNS transaction that is from the client all the way to your authoritative server itself. So hence why we felt that, and it's important to know that potentially what you have today in your next-gen firewall or your proxy may not be sufficient to detect, to monitor DNS transaction that can be exploited by cyber criminals. So traditional firewalls or traditional devices, they do not, some of them do not have the capability to do what we define as DNS analytics that is based on behavioral threat detection itself. It can be very complex to deploy because the main function of firewall is basically looking at your domain, basically filtering of rules based on IP address, which one to allow, which one to deny. They may not have the capability to look into the entire DNS traffic itself. And because of that, you will introduce high risk of false positive. You might be blocking the entire domain, but potentially within that domain, only the